Aloha, everybody, and welcome to the interview room on this amazing Thursday evening. And as you can tell, we've assembled the panel. John had tied up. He's out of the pocket here tonight, so we want to excuse him. But I don't know about you guys out there. I'm exhausted on this one. I mean, talk about, the video of the dog just running around chasing its tail. I mean, every time I hear there's a new note from TMZ or anything like that, I think, first of all, remember the phishing emails everybody got where you are an inheritor for one of the prince's $1 million
Nigerian prince. Yeah, right.
Right. Send us your credit banking information and we'll hook you up. Okay. You're so lucky because you're named in their will. And we're holding $1 million over here. Okay. So with that, up in the upper right-hand corners, Bob Gillum. He's an amazing human being. Bob, tell everybody, for our new people that have never met you, what your pedigree is.
I'll be very brief. Good evening, everyone, and it's good to be back here with everybody. Should be an interesting chat here. My name's Bob Gilliam. I was a police officer for 36 years, starting off in Southern California. I worked in Denver, Colorado as a police officer there, and I worked in Jackson, Wyoming as well. Throughout my career, I spent about 15 years as a detective. And then later on in my career, as I promoted, I commanded a couple of different detective units. And I'm retired now, obviously. So that's pretty much it. And I'll keep it that brief.
And he was an undersheriff, so he's really super humble. Mike?
Good evening. Mike Miller, 30 years law enforcement. Started off with U.S. Army, doing some undercover narcotics stuff over in Europe. Came back to California. Co-managed the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which was comprised of 4 teams, probably 60 agents and about 18 state and local officers and deputies. Did that for 5 years, then promoted up through the ranks, retired as a bureau commander. I'm happy to be here tonight, be part of the conversation.
And we love Mike. He too is very humble, and he was Orange County in SoCal. And Mike, tell them what the name of your YouTube channel is.
Thank you. I currently host a YouTube channel called Heroes on the Job.
Heroes on the Job. If you have not subscribed to that, get over there. You can also just hit in the channels that we highlight. We only highlight 2 of them right now on our channel, and one of them is Mike. So let's drive those numbers up. And of course, over here to my right is Dr. Gary Bricado, #1 author on Amazon for The Most Evil. Gary, give them the 411 in the Reader's Digest version.
So as Chris said, my name is Dr. Bricado. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist based in New York. I am also a researcher and a book author. Most people who know my work know the book, The New Evil, which is used as a textbook and in the academic parts of the forensic world, but is also popular in the lay public for helping to understand offenders. I also am a visiting scholar at Boston College, where I work with Ann Burgess, that many of you know, on a whole array of forensic topics, research and forensic topics. And I'm pleased to be part of the Cold Case Foundation with Chris.
Okay, perfect. So, man, a lot to go through, guys. And by the way, Karen's in the background. She's going to keep us out of trouble tonight. But it looks like a lot of things that we've been talking about for the last 3 or 4 days are coming to fruition here. We even predicted the tension between the Sheriff's Department and the FBI. That's because everybody on this panel on the LE side has experienced probably what's going on behind the scenes, and especially in a high profile case like this.
Mm.
And as you remember, we gave the hypothesis there are two investigations going on simultaneously. One at the house with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That's their scene. That's their case. That's their situation. They asked for resources. Those resources came in. The FBI does that probably better than anybody in the world. They are great at offering resources. Now, when you go behind the scenes and you open up door number 3, sometimes it's very difficult to get all of the egos into the same room, and there is a lot of disagreements on who's doing what. And I think we've seen some of that kind of unfold really even within the last couple of hours, and we're going to try to make sense of that for you guys out there and kind of slow things down, to be honest with you, from our perspective, and refocus this in totality on Nancy Guthrie, because she is who is important here. It's not any 3-letter agency or any 4-letter agency, and it certainly isn't the government's responsibility right now. And one of the things I think we're also going to talk about tonight is what our opinion is in relationship to how this investigation the scope of this investigation is starting to narrow down. Okay. So first of all, I'll just kind of open it up to who wants to potentially explain some of the dynamics that take place on some really high profile stuff working behind the scenes. Anybody want to take a bite at that?
I'll let Bob go first, and I'll follow up.
Go, Mike.
No, go. Bob goes first.
No, please, just go ahead. I'll make a point on what I think you're going to say.
So there obviously tensions are high, and everyone's got their egos involved in this. A lot of the line staff have their hearts involved in it. And so when you get, everybody wants to, I want to be the one that breaks this news, or I want to be the one that breaks that news. And so when you got all those dynamics going, plus just the stress of the case, the pressure of solving it, the media is hounding you, the family's upset and in crisis, tons of dynamics and feelings and emotions are being floating through the air. It's funny. There's a report of somebody asked somebody who's in charge of who's got the lead on this whole thing, and the response was, "Well, I don't know who's in charge." And that could be as simple as they're just asking someone gathering evidence or walking to the scene, "Hey, who's in charge?" And they just kind of give a flippant answer, or they could be deep in the investigation and they know there is no clear leadership and who's got the lead on what. But I think at the end of the day, the FBI has their lane and the sheriff's office has their lane, and both of them have their expertise with what they bring to the table.
Yeah, so I think this is fairly obvious, but I'll say it anyway just to get the discussion rolling on it. It is imperative that both of these agencies work together, especially on this type of case. You can't have the division that's been reported, and it just creates. I mean, we're seeing it play out in real time here with the lack of credibility, in my opinion, that the sheriff is garnering for himself in allowing this to devolve into this discussion. He hasn't had a news conference in several days. He hasn't apparently allowed his PIOs to make any statements. I haven't heard any. He put out an interesting missive a couple of days ago, forewarning everyone, including the media, that detectives were going to be all over the place that evening, and nobody showed up. It just I hate to say it because I hate to be overly critical about my colleagues in law enforcement, but right now it appears as though it's the Keystone Cops in Pima County, and the sheriff, in my opinion, is responsible for that directly. Now, that said, I am confident that the line agents of the FBI and the detectives, the line detectives at Pima County, are probably working very well together. They probably have a good dialogue. They're probably trying to intertwine each aspect of the case so that they can get the job done. But it sounds to me, if we can believe half of the reports that we've heard about the consternation within the sheriff's office, is that that is the obstacle. And whatever this sheriff does, I would implore him to get out in front of this and come out and at least let the public, at least let his constituents know in his community that he's got this under control, and give us some kind of an update before this thing really spirals way out of control. And it's just about there. It's circling the drain, if you ask me.
Let me, I'll play devil's advocate with personal experience. And I'm not defending this sheriff by any means. However, when I was part of the task force, and again, to Bob's statement, we're all supposed to be working on the same team. There was a case in the office, and essentially, I'm going to change the facts to protect the guilty, but in a sensitive building in the community, let's just say a box, an informant went in and saw a box of hand grenades, comes back out and tells the FBI agents, hey, inside this building that I was just in this meeting, there was a box of hand grenades and I saw it. And the agents kept that to themselves for several days because they didn't know how to get into the building. Do we get a search warrant? Do we do this? Do we do that? And they ended up, a week went by, they send the informant back in, and the box has now been moved and it's no longer to be found. So you have the post team huddle saying, hey, we have resources to get in there legally, effectively, quickly, blah, blah, blah. And that's where that teamwork comes in, that cooperation comes in. And so this is not the first time that locals have withheld information from the FBI, and it's not the first time the FBI, I'm sorry, and the FBI is also known, by my personal experience, of withholding information from the locals. So some people in the chat are shocked that the sheriff would find a piece of evidence and potentially send it to a crime lab not affiliated with the FBI. I'm not shocked because I've been on the other side of that equation where it's been withheld from us, and you're livid and you're mad because we're fighting, we're going to the same goal, but you're hampering how we're doing things. And so, to Bob's point, the sheriff is hampering how the movement of the team is moving forward, but it's not unusual. And so, everybody that's listening that says this is outrageous, it's life, it's business, and that doesn't dismiss it, but I'm not shocked by it.
And so ultimately, here's what ends up happening behind the scenes when things do start to spiral, like Bob's talking, just like Mike's talking about. Folks have to get together and they have to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Okay. Because they realize this is about an 84-year-old woman who has been taken out of a house. And so there are different layers that we've just talked about there. The guys and the gals out in the field agents and probably, the lieutenants below and below. Okay. Everybody's, in the same room, everybody's on the same page. So don't lose hope. I guess that's what we're saying. All the other muckety mucks, let them fight. They'll figure it out. And, if it means it's going to be a congressional thing for, the FBI, or if it means it's going to be the constituent voters for the sheriff, okay, that stuff will all sort itself out. But right now, We have an 84-year-old woman, and everybody else in the field is going, hey, did you hear the sheriff's fighting? Yeah. Okay. Hey, by the way, what do we got over here? That's what's happening in the field. Okay. I can guarantee you they're grinding and they're making progress. So let's talk about some of the things that we've seen here, just even in today. And one of the things I think also it would be imperative for us to say, collectively as a group, with social media and the speed of information as it flows, okay, we have to step back just for a moment and realize that if we just start throwing stuff into the environment, and this also goes for retired folks, if you're retired LE, retired federal people, we have a responsibility in these types of platforms to lower the temperature. Okay. That's part of our responsibility if we're to do this right across the world, because right now the way of communicating has changed. Okay. All of us here have collective experience, and I think Mike pointed it out, probably over, we're close to 200 years, I think something like that. Okay, with John here, we'd be up at 200 years. But all of us here collectively, we've done this for a couple of weekends, okay? And we've had pluses and minuses. We've had balls and strikes. We've made mistakes. We took the swing and we missed the fastball. That can happen. However, I think there's a clarity of focus going on today, and we just saw it, quickly today with, just the backpack. Okay. But if we think about how that all unfolded, okay, hang on, I'm going to share the screen. If we think about how that all unfolded, it started with a video of a guy around, the neighborhood, etc. And everybody, went after this backpack, which is a good thing to do. That's a good thing to do for all of us out here. Okay. And then the feds came out and they put this out within the Phoenix FBI office, just posted this within, 2 hours ago. Okay. But now with that other guy, then it went to, that's the guy. Okay. And, then it went to, well, this guy looks like that guy. Okay. And all of a sudden, AI was taking masks off of faces and, that kind of stuff. Okay. Well, that's all good. But what if it turns out that that's not the guy? Remember in the Koberger case, if we're to be, credible and prove to the world that citizens can do this correctly in true crime. Okay. Remember, there were a lot of lives that were tore up during the Koberger case. A lot of them. Okay. And so let's not make that mistake collectively as a community of folks who are into true crime. I think and I'm not saying any of us are doing that. Don't misunderstand where I'm coming from. But what happens is all that noise creates confusion and diversion for the right thing. And you get these copycatter, these people that are copycatting, like this one dude who wants 1 Bitcoin, from TMZ or else, he's going to tell us who the suspect is. Well, he very well, do that. But don't go through an entertainment company, get hold of the FBI and say, hey, I'm going to tell you who the suspect is because I see you have $100,000 reward, which is more than 1 Bitcoin. Okay. So pick up the phone and call those guys. Don't send it through an email and confuse the world, because we have an 84-year-old woman out there that potentially could still be alive. It's possible. Anything is possible. So let's think through that as well. Okay, Dr. Gary, you've been quiet, so your mic's open. Run.
Oh, no, I was just reflecting on how sometimes when a case gets solved, you discover that the dynamics going on in the community around the case, in law enforcement, etc., actually mirror the dynamics that were associated with the crime. For example, if you have agencies that are squabbling, you sometimes discover an internal split between the people who surround the victim, that they aren't getting along or are squabbling for the attention of the victim or whatever. It's very, very interesting that how those things can mirror each other. And it's also, this whole thing of this idea of that we don't have a clear motive, because the motive feels like it could be personal cause, it could be sort of a group enterprise kind of thing. It's all over the place. So that all of this fragmentation, I think it sort of reflects what I think we're ultimately going to see is a fragmentation that surrounded this woman in some way that I can't put my finger on yet. But there's that interesting mirroring that tends to go on. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That
Absolutely.
there's going to be a reason why this case looks like this. And sometimes I look at the chaos around a case and I go, I can't figure out why, but that's a clue.
Okay.
That's a clue. And so we'll figure that out. And but who knows? But look, I don't know what the motives were. This is more of like a thing you guys would understand from a law enforcement perspective, of the holding this back, going with a private lab instead of. I was actually curious if anybody had any idea if there was anything special about this lab in Florida, why this would have been the one. It was Florida, right? The private lab that was used in lieu of the FBI. I mean, any particular reason? Why wouldn't you? I mean, why not even just go with one in Arizona? I mean, is there something special?
Well, that goes to the turf war problem, apparently. And so if all these reports are true, I mean, we really have to be careful and put a caveat to all of this because there is, as everyone has seen, especially the last couple of days, there is so much information out there. We don't really know everything that is fact and what is fiction. So
Right.
but that would play out with the turf war going on.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's go back for a moment. Okay. And let's talk about what we believe and what we know. Okay. Remember early on, the very first night, the sheriff did a press conference with the press out in front of her house in the evening hours. Okay. He was asked a bunch of questions. He was kind of, for obvious reasons, holding back some information. Okay. Because, I mean, to his credit, that night, you do not want to go out and tell the world what's going on. Okay. Not yet. It's still too earlier. Because remember in our last panel, we talked about, because they were focusing on a missing woman all day. Okay. Search and rescue, all the equipment, they had the birds up there, they had the drones, they had, infrared, they had FLIR, they had all of the stuff happening. They had dogs, Vortex, etc. And then the evening comes around and the sheriff has realized, crap, we didn't find her. Okay. Because his team came to him and said, hey, we don't know where she is. Okay. That means the dynamics have changed. And remember, that night they had not received an email, or the news agencies had not received an email that said, hey, we got her. And by the way, this is our ransom demand. So they're operating from, okay, she's been abducted, but we don't know what the reason is, who, what, when, where, and why. So they had what we would call, and you guys know what I'm going to say, as a whodunit at that very moment. So that's where you lean on the statistics, past experiences. You get everybody in a circle. Everybody starts throwing ideas around, just like this panel and say, you know, Bob, what do you think's cooking here? Mike, what do you think? Gary, what do you think?
Right.
And everybody comes up with these crazy ideas. Some of them work, some of them don't work.
Right.
And then we come up with a plan. And a case agent is assigned, a secondary is assigned, a third person's assigned to the crime scene, a fourth person may be assigned to the family. You manage the family. A fifth person may be assigned to the press, working with the PIO. Okay. A seventh person may be assigned to do all the canvassing, manage the search and rescues. Okay. All of that stuff. And if an agency's big enough, you know, like like Orange County, then there are layers within those assignments. There may be a supervisor over each one of those assignments, a sergeant. Okay. And then that sergeant reports up the chain of command. So we know the second day he comes out and he does a presser. And in that press conference, he tells the world, and this is where I want to go with you guys. Okay. A lot of folks had started to weigh in right away. Obviously, the BAU weighs in, and we know what they were going to say. Immediately, they went to the victimology. They went to the victim risk continuum. We talked about that. Everybody knows what that is now, and everybody came to the consensus. This is a very low risk situation for that woman to be in that house if that's the circumstances that evening and the next day disappear. Okay. That's a very low risk situation. So then automatically everybody's going to start connecting some of those dots. Okay, who had access to her? Who's the family? What are those dynamics? What is the victimology of Mrs. Guthrie? Oh, wow, this is Savannah's mom. Okay, I'm aware of that. The sheriff was the night before. Okay, he said in the press conference at the curb, he had not talked to her. Okay. And next thing you know, all these other dynamics start to change. So what does he tell us that day? Well, he gives us a timeline, okay, within the next couple of press conferences. And what's the timeline the sheriff gives? 5:32, Nancy takes Uber to Annie's house for dinner and games, i.e. her daughter. 9:48, dropped off by Annie and Tommaso. That's one of the things that was put out there. Later, that dynamic changed. Was it singular or was it both of them? Okay. 9:50, the garage door closes. 1:47 a.m., a Nest doorbell camera disconnects. 2:12 a.m., person seen on the camera. You cannot make it out, but you can tell that it was a person. 2:12 a.m., or excuse me, 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnects from her Apple Watch. 11:56 a.m., the family goes over to check on Nancy. The night before, he said it was 11 a.m. So he was off by an hour, and we're going to talk about that. Okay. 12:03 p.m., family calls 911, which was basically 7 minutes searching for their mom. They call 911. Okay. The night before, he's asked by a journalist who brought her over, and he says the family. The second follow-up question from a journalist, and I pointed this out yesterday, we also started talking somewhat about this the other day as a panel, is he says, the journalist says, did they see her in the house? And he says, yes. Now, that can be interpreted a couple different ways. When they say, did they see her in the house? Meaning, did you walk her into the house? Did you go into the house? Were you hanging out with your mom in the house? So there's a lot of interpretations in relationship to that potential. Okay. So now we go back to the victim risk continuum and you say, okay, we now have the time. So that means at some point they had the data that told us and told the world, this is the sequence of events. All right. So In between that, there's reports that Annie's car gets towed and impounded at the house. There's reports that everybody sees Pima County Sheriff's Department go into the daughter's house. Photographs, stuff going on inside the garage, a lot of flashes. We all have opinions in our experience. Could be a variety of things. Okay. We have the ICAC team show up with a UFED. We have this knucklehead in Los Angeles who gets hooked up, who decides to interject himself into the largest publicity event since probably the Lindbergh baby in the United States of the world. And he says, yeah, I just thought maybe I would call or send a couple of text messages to the brother-in-law and the sister thinking I'd get a couple of Bitcoins. Okay. Okay. Well, that's another problem that has to be unwound. Okay. And then you get this timeline back. And this is where I want to go on our first part of our conversation. The family says, because we all know what's going on, they're going to narrow down this timeline through conversations and through interviews. You guys agree, disagree?
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Okay. Naturally, you're going to go to the first person that saw her alive, i.e. the Uber driver, because he picks her up. And then you're going to go to the second people that saw her alive, the family members, the daughter and the brother-in-law, because she hung out with them playing games or watching TV according to what they say. Okay. And then the next people to see or to hear information is the church lady who says, hey, your mom wasn't on the stream or wasn't over here because we watched church together in New York or whatever whatever they do, those dynamics. And she calls somebody, she calls the family and says, hey, your mom didn't show up for, our weekly girls club watching church and going to church together. What? My mom's not here. She's not there. And so they go over to the house and they tell the sheriff, because the sheriff says they went over to the house to search for mom. And they were the ones that discovered mom missing and called 911. So they were the first people who dropped her off. So they last saw her alive. And they're the first people to report that mom is missing. So here's one of the things that I think is a gap in the investigation, I'll just call it. And I want your opinions. Okay? The garage door. The keypad or the clicker. They do not have data that they have shared with the public yet. So let's play this out. 911, what's the emergency? And you heard the tape. My mother's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Where are you? We're at the house. So for question number one, how did they get in the house? If they went through the front door, they had to see the blood on the porch. If they went through the garage, we would have data points on the timeline because we know what time the garage closed the night before, but we're not seeing a data point about what time it opened, if that's the point of entry from the family, okay? If they went back there to look for mom. Or when they get back there, do they go through the same slider, the point of entry that the suspect went through? And that's not suspicious for them because the night before, if it's true what the sheriff said, that they got there around 11 a.m., that is an hour difference in the timeline. Okay. So either those are the three possibilities because the blue door is intact 100%. There's no broken windows. And by the way, everybody else can steal this information and put it out as if it was yours tomorrow on Twitter. Okay. Because that's basically what ends up happening. Okay. Which is a good thing because that means Miss Nancy's getting some attention. So I'm a little concerned with this point of entry and that concept. Thoughts?
So I'm going to make an assumption that if she's getting picked up by Uber, she's going to be leaving her house and going out through the garage and closing the garage with her remote control. Therefore, when the daughter and son-in-law drop her off at night, she's got that same remote control. So that would answer that question potentially as one scenario. I think when the daughter and son-in-law go the next day to check on her, if I recall, the driveway, it's a long driveway that goes past the front door and into let's call it the backyard or side yard.
Mm-hmm.
If you're family, you're probably going up that way. If you're looking for, you're gonna poke your head in the garage if it's got glass panels and see if the car's there. Okay, car's there, great. Then you're gonna walk around to the back. Oh, the door's open. Let's go inside. That's how I'm playing it in my brain. They don't go to the front door because they probably have a key. Though they might have a key to the back door or front door, or they know one's hidden on the property.
Okay, Bob, what's your thoughts?
Well, yeah, and I mostly agree with Mike. Another scenario could be that they have access to the garage door, and you don't have to have a clicker or a keypad. You can have an app on your phone if they have a I can't remember what they're called, but obviously they've got the Nest camera, so we know that they're inclined to have those kind of devices. And so they could go in and out that way on a routine basis for all we know. They're the closest relatives to an 84-year-old woman that has heart problems and mobility problems. I would like to think that Tommaso and Annie both have free reign to come and go as they please from the home, and that may include the garage.
Agree. Good point.
Okay. Gary, what are your thoughts?
Well, I have a question. How long, typical me, yes, the shrinking me.
Go figure that out.
All right, tell me about your mother. Right. So my question is, how long were they supposedly in there before law enforcement was notified that they thought there was that she was missing?
Well, there's a couple of interesting
And then there's a reason.
responses to that. The sheriff was asked that question. Okay. And he said the night before, and everybody can go watch it on the very first press conference, him out at the curb. He says around 11 a.m. they got there. And then he corrected that at the other press conference where he put the timeline down as 11:56 a.m. And then the 9/11 call comes in at 12:03. So from an investigative analysis aspect, if all three of us are working this case, we'd be like, well, that's kind of an hour. What's going on in this hour? And is it just a mistake? You know, what we have to somehow narrow this down into understanding what's going on. And that's why they pull the data from the garage door pad.
Right. But here's what's bothering me. And this is why I really hope we get to hear the 911 call. This is what's bothering me. Based on the information that we now have about this new development with the sheriff and this glove with the DNA, is that by implication, these people that came into the house would have seen a glove there. If I went into a house looking for a person and they weren't there and found a rubber glove, I'd be a hell of a lot more alarmed than thinking, where's mom? Did she wander out? The glove would send me into a panic. What in the living heck reason could there be to have a rubber glove on the floor or wherever it was that wasn't? It's extremely nefarious, right? So now that piece of information is out, it alters the whole flavor of what must have happened when they went in that house.
Well, we don't know that yet, right? Right? No, I mean, good
Hard
point.
to imagine a benign going, oh, gee, mom must have left the glove.
Because we've all experienced,
Well,
right?
Right.
Okay,
Well, the back door was left open, so their
thought
radar, yeah, their radar had to be up at that
their
point.
radar's up, and the sheriff has made it clear that the back door was open. Okay, so either they came through the front, but they missed the blood, but they would have stepped on the blood, like all the journalists did and everybody else. I'm sure of it. Okay, we see that blood pattern, and we assume that it's not one of the journalists. Okay, and if you were on that porch, don't be surprised if the feds call you up and say, "What shoes were you wearing? We need your pattern on your shoe because we were just there today
Right.
with a tent, doing all kinds of stuff because we just got the video back and we see the suspect was standing on that welcome mat, and they were probably in there doing all the digital stuff, with the faro and all this other stuff, maybe blowing some luminol even in there, trying to get something to come up from that floor mat. But your shoes are going to be eliminated potentially. So they either went through the front, missed the blood. They either went through the garage or the garage door, like we're thinking here, like Mike said, they could peek in, see the car, or they went through the open door that was open in their 84-year-old mother's house. And they go in, and now we're learning there was a glove in there, but that could also be an explanation. And Mike had a good point. Mike, you want to tell them what your thought process was? God forbid.
What was my thought process?
It was left behind by Popo.
Yeah, and it could have been so again. I always go back to, for the first 24 hours, there was a patrol deputy treating this as a missing person, not as a homicide. We've got hindsight of treating it as a homicide, and we always go back to the very first notification was a homicide, and that's not true. So for 24 hours, they're treating it as a missing person. And so the deputy's going to get a sergeant out there. The sergeant's going to get some people out there. They're going to start walking around, canvassing, doing all their things. And a lot of they're taking the lead from the family, to Gary's point, of the family's emotional state, how concerned are they? And again, what's her physical well-being? Does she do this often? Does she walk away? Does she drive during the day but not at night? All these things, right? They're gathering all that information. But they're handling it as a missing person, not as a homicide, until the very next morning. So when they say we found a glove, we don't know where that glove was found.
Right. Maybe not in the house proper.
Maybe not. It could have been or it could have been
or something.
It could have been, or it could have been in the closet, or underneath a pillowcase. Who knows?
That's what I'm hoping, because otherwise
Right.
it's hard to understand. I mean, how you got in the house is one thing, but what you see, I mean, if it was in the house,
Right.
it's hard to understand.
But again, they're taking their clues from the daughter and son-in-law as to where. Okay, this is where she always has breakfast. So they're guiding the officer through the house.
Yeah.
Right. They're saying,
Okay.
this is where she has breakfast. This is where she watches TV. This is where she feeds her dog or cat.
Mm-hmm.
And they're guiding. They're driving that conversation. And the deputies, okay, he or she is taking notes and going with that information that they're provided with. So while there is some independent thinking, obviously, being deputy sheriffs, again, they're taking their clues from the family. So if the daughter's not alarmed, they're not going to be alarmed.
And so we talked about this the other night. In a typical, and I'll call this an urban search and rescue. It's somewhat rural there, as we could all see, but let's just call it an urban search and rescue. One of the first things the deputies are going to do, as Mike was saying, is they're going to look around the house, and they may have multiple deputies there at this point, because now they're getting ready to call a search and rescue team out, and that's quite a process. And they do a lot of searches there in that county because of their environment. But the deputy or deputies most likely took, as Mike was saying, either one or both of the family members around the house. And so the family members could have been participating in the search, because again, it's not a crime scene yet. It's a missing person, at least reported as a missing person. So there could be a lot going on there. And when I say a thorough search, I mean they're looking everywhere. They're looking in the crawl spaces, attics, up in the attic of the garage. Hopefully, at least that's what they should be doing, and I'm sure that they did. The patrol deputies, that is, and so there's a lot going on there. And I don't know exactly how long it was. I don't know if it was 24 hours or if it was 12 hours, but it was a significant amount of time before they determined that this was a crime scene, apparently. So again, where was the glove? We don't know.
We know it's in
Mike's
the house, though.
okay. Yeah.
Is
Somewhere
that,
in
is
the
that
house.
official? Because the chat is saying other things. They're saying, well, it was near the house. It was in, because there's a huge difference. If there's
Well, the chat is talking about the glove that they recovered yesterday, I
Yeah,
think.
off the road.
Yeah, off the road. And that's not in play here. We're talking about the glove that is reported to have been discovered inside Nancy's house when they did the initial search warrant.
And sent to a lab in Florida.
And sent to a lab in Florida by the sheriff, reportedly.
Right.
So,
and so go ahead, Bob, finish your thought.
I just one more point, and it's already been said, but I'm going to reiterate what Mike said, that it is very feasible to think that a patrol deputy could have inadvertently left a glove in the house. I used to carry them. I'm pretty sure Chris and Mike both carried gloves when they were in uniform working the street. And so they may have had the gloves out for whatever reason and wore them while they conducted the search. And then the gloves are hot and your hands are sweaty. And so you take them off as soon as you can. And that could have happened, inadvertently left the glove there. So we have to really consider that.
Okay, so let's play that fast forward. If it is, somebody forgot, something, they took the glove off and they left it in the house, that's one play. The second is it belongs to the suspect. It could have been, but that night they didn't know that because they didn't have the video back yet. Okay, but once the video was back, okay, if this is the suspect's glove, they did one thing correct in totality. They collected it, right? And it's reported now that the sheriff got that glove and sent it to a lab in Florida or wherever this lab is going to be. They sent it to a private lab. There could be a couple of reasons for that as well. I've sent stuff to Quantico in cases, and it takes weeks to get the results back. Remember the first thing the sheriff said in one of the first briefings? We have a rapid DNA machine. And there are only a couple of companies that do that. One is Thermo Fisher, and the other is a company called Ande, A-N-D-E. And what a rapid DNA machine is, you can take a swab and you can break it down, put it into the machine, and within 4 hours, you can get a CODIS hit. So the one thing the sheriff said was, our machine is down, so we sent it to Phoenix. We sent the DNA test to Phoenix. And so that means Phoenix PD or somebody in the lab over there, they too have a rapid DNA machine. Okay. But here was the other interesting thing. Okay. When that DNA came back, the sheriff told the world it belongs to Nancy and it's from the blood on the porch. And then he qualified it. But we're waiting for more. We have not got the results back yet that we can throw into CODIS. Everybody missed that. I didn't miss it. If you go back and watch my show 8 days ago, okay, I said there's more DNA. In fact, I had a question. What kind is it? I wanted to know if it was a fluid, was it blood, is it hair, fibers? What really is it? Well, now we may find out it could be a suspect article of some sort, because if there's powder in those gloves, it can be difficult to pull, a DNA sample off of that. They can get prints real easy. Okay. But if there's other things inside of that, it sounds like they got some type of DNA off of that glove, because what did we see within the last 4 or 5 days? They started buckle swabbing everybody. The gardeners, probably the pool people, probably the family. Okay. They went around and they said, here you go. Yeah. And now they're doing the comparative analysis. Okay. But behind the scenes now, potentially, the FBI is involved, and they're identifying, the backpacks. They have a evidentiary role. Okay. Well, that DNA collection may have already been in motion. And yeah, it would have been a smart idea for the sheriff to say, hey, just give you guys a heads up. We sent this to a private lab because we didn't want to get jammed up with you guys for weeks or months. Okay. And that may have caused some friction, and the gloves came off. And we've all been in those meetings where it's like, well, what's going on? And sometimes there is a mistrust on both sides. Information goes into the feds, and quite frankly, from a local law enforcement level, it doesn't come back. It just it goes into a hole, and you're sitting there going, hey, I talked to you guys like 4 days ago. Do you have any result yet? Well, we're not done. And next thing you know it, you'll get a tweet that says, yeah, we just identified the bag. Okay. Remember, we talked about 2 lanes here. You got the feds, and we said this on our last panel a couple of panels ago. The feds are running all the evidence in this thing. They're doing the notes. They're doing the kidnapping thing. That's what they do. They're really good at it. But who did I say, and who did we say is running the quote homicide potential? Well, the first night the homicide guys were called out. That's Pima County Sheriff's Department. That has not changed. This is their investigation. They are the POC, point of contact. And if that sheriff says, you know what, thank you for collecting all the evidence, have a good night, goodbye, they're out. The feds are out. I've seen them pack up and leave crime scenes and cases. Okay. And then the sheriff says, okay, our evidence people have to pick it up. Now we can hammer all day, some of the mistakes that were made early on by shutting the crime scene down and all that other stuff. Okay. And so that was also probably a points of contention, for lack of a better term. But now we know, though, 30 seconds, Gary. Now we know, though, okay, and correct me if I'm off base with anybody on the panel here. So far, maybe I should take a breath for a second and ask anybody what I've said. Mike, what are you thinking?
No, you're spot on. Everything we've said collectively, and we've been able to have these conversations out loud with each other, and I think we're all tracking in the right direction.
Okay,
I agree.
Okay, so now this DNA is sitting somewhere in a private lab, maybe getting kicked up pretty fast. Okay, well, from one position, the feds are going to say, well, yeah, but we need that back in Quantico because we have to qualify it. And the sheriff is saying, well, we'll get that when we get the suspect. Okay. If we get a DNA hit, a glove from a private lab, we're going to find that guy and we're going to buccal swab him ourselves, and we're going to send that to you in Quantico, but our guy's in custody. And we may have Miss Guthrie. Right or wrong, guys?
Absolutely. And I think if the same thing would play out if they would have given the glove to the FBI runs it, sends it back to the Phoenix field office out to Tucson RA, and they go make an arrest and say, oh, by the way, here's your guy. We arrested him. it can go both ways, and that's where the lack of trust, the egos at those administrative levels come into play, and it gets ugly.
They think you're going to fall asleep, Gary.
Well, you know, in the Sherlock Holmes story about the Musgrave ritual, there's a scene where Sherlock is snooping around a scene, and Watson explains to Musgrave, the guy, that Sherlock's method is to imagine himself into the scene through the intellect of the perpetrator. That first you have to know how smart the person is. You have to estimate that before you can imagine what they would do in the scene, right? And
Maui, can you find the call?
So this. Oh, I would love to. So this is what I'm saying is that if we imagine that this offender is as stupid as, you know, using the brush, you know, to cover the camera, then it's understandable that this glove was dropped and that there's this trail of gloves. There's an epidemic of dropped gloves, you know, all over the place. But if we think that this is an intelligent person, then I think we can't take off the table the possibility that that glove was left as part of a staging process. And because to leave a glove in an abduction that you almost certainly have rehearsed through in your mind at great length to the point of making sure
you're muted. Your sound went off. Can
now?
Mike,
We can hear you, Chris.
Oh wow, you're all muted. What's going on here?
But you guys understand what I'm saying is that
can everybody hear him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes.
That's weird.
You don't hear me?
Now you guys keep talking. I can't hear you.
Keep going, Gary. We can hear you.
Oh, well, it's just that I want Chris to comment on and he's not going to know what I'm saying. But he must have hit the mute button. You want me to come back in? Can he hear you guys? Does he hear you too?
Chris?
Yeah, he doesn't hear anything.
You guys run the show. I'll be right back.
Yeah, he's having technical.
Any of us, I think. So the point I'm making is, and you know, it's very odd to me that somebody in the audience said, this is all speculative. Well, actually, we're talking about every imaginable possibility. We're not laying out a specific one, right? I don't understand what that means, right? What do we have right now other than hypotheses? I mean, that's right. We're not casting aspersions on a specific person. So what I think is that if we imagine, that's funny.
I hear a phone.
This is so funny. But if we
what's up?
Oh no, Chris, we hear you. He's got to mute himself. Yeah, there you go. This is hilarious. If we imagine that this is an intelligent offender, the possibility exists that these gloves, or at least this glove, was left to throw people off a track. If this is an imbecile, I'm not surprised the glove was left, you know, or if stress took over, sort of like Kohlberger leaving the sheath, right? That ultimately undoes him. So I'm confused about that. I can't get a fair sense of this intellect level. But if the person who left the glove is the same person who came to the door, I wouldn't be surprised if it was left in error, because the person at the door does not seem particularly swift. Right? Would we agree? That
Yes, I totally follow you. I agree with you. You know, we surmised that perhaps a patrol deputy left the glove, but you know, could have been a suspect intentionally or inadvertently leaving that glove there. So,
but I think that it would tell you something about the stress level in that place, the organization level, if things unraveled, if this is staging, if this is intelligent. But I think that Sherlockian point about first you have to know the intelligence level, you have to gauge the intellect of the offender before you start imagining what happened there. And I think that's the problem, is if this is that person at the door, this is not a bright person. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's something is staged about this story. That's what I'm saying.
Well, in a chaotic scene, let's just assume for a second that it was chaotic, because we also believe that it's possible that something went very, very wrong inside that house during the abduction. So in a chaotic scene, it is, very possible that the glove could have been left inadvertently, or as you say, staged. So both scenarios, I think, are
Right.
highly possible.
And one possibility we have to think about is, and we're so many days in that, as depressing and awful as it is to contemplate, we've all said that it is possible this victim has passed, that she's not with us anymore. We don't know. And if God forbid that is the case, we don't know when it would have happened. But one thing we have to always keep on the table is this may have been an abduction attempt where the victim passes because of the treatment they receive, or their age, or being frightened, or not having medication, or there's some struggle or a fall or whatever. So it's entirely possible that there was this planned abduction and everything goes haywire, and you wind up with now somebody who passes, and then it's no longer what you expected it to be. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that you anticipate, I'm going to go in and take this person, and nothing goes the way you plan, and they get hurt, or they're struggling, or whatever. There's that possibility. And another possibility is there was no abduction. It was just a homicide that's made to look like an abduction. So we don't really know what happened, but all I know is that the person at the door was amateur hour. Every expert that has weighed in has said basically the things we did. Even the way that I heard McCabe talking about how the way the gun was held and the use of the holster with that gun or whatever is so absurd that it points immediately to someone who has no experience with firearms, just like we said on the panel, right? Exactly. And there are a lot of things that point to amateur hour with that person. So I'm thinking the intellect, if that's the person who was in there, they totally could have just dropped a glove. Because that was chaos. That guy just looked like a mess.
But the question would be, why would the glove be off?
Well, it doesn't. There could have been a whole. He could have brought a whole box to them, or had a whole. Pulled one out and one fell out. Or
but remember, Mike made the point the other night where he couldn't get that glove through the trigger guard.
Mm-hmm.
The dexterity problems, right?
Right. Maybe he had. I mean, if we hypothesize here, to explain how the glove got in the house. Okay, it's kind of like the sheath, right? The knife sheath.
Yeah, when you were the same thing.
Oh, you were talking about that when
I said exactly the same thing. It's like the Goldberg
sheath disappeared. Yeah. And so, I mean, what other ideas, right? I mean, and one of the things I get nervous about whenever we see that the suspect was, Barney Fife, and he left it behind. And that just shows us, one, he went into that scenario with the capacity to take life because he had a gun, if it's a real gun. And we talked about that the other night. And that just may show us, are we missing something here, that what his real intent was if he gets into that house? Maybe this is an SA problem with the elderly.
Yeah.
There's an interesting comment that Orion the Hunter made, Orion 333, referenced that they were referring back to the Exxon executive that got kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Died 4 days into the captivity, but they held him for 50 more days trying to get money. Right. So to Gary's point, they could have gone in as a kidnapping, and if they pass, they're going to, keep trying to get money until the gig's up.
Because the gang who couldn't shoot straight, and everything that was intended may not have gone as was planned, and then they might have thought, well, let's proceed with the plan anyway, even though we have no proof of life. That's entirely possible as a hypothesis, don't you think? But the other thing is this. I just want to say quickly about this glove thing. Is I have had cases that I've opined on and so forth where you get a pattern where something happens that might just look like an accident, but then it keeps happening. So, like, for example, there was an offender, a serial killer called Mary Beth Tinnig, who had a child who died because of some, being shaken accidentally, whatever. She got a lot of attention, whatever. Then another one dies, same way. And then another one dies the same way. And after she had killed off virtually all the kids by accident, somebody finally said, that looks like it's by design. Well, it's kind of like that. How many gloves do you have to drop before it starts looking like it isn't an accident? I mean, they're finding gloves all over the place. It looks like somebody was throwing them out. So it sort of makes me wonder, are they being put there to give an impression, to give a false impression of what happened? I don't know, but that's a lot of accidents. You dropped a lot of gloves, gentlemen.
Well, and here's another interesting point. And that's why you stay at the house until these questions are answered.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
What's probably happening with collecting all the video and all this other stuff, they're sitting there going, okay, we got a car in play here. There's a vehicle here. There's got to be a vehicle here. And so that's what I think, the feds are going, we got to find out what the clothing's all about. We got to find out the vehicles. And you notice the sheriff put out tonight that we need camera footage going all the way back to whatever that January date is. And what's the very first thing he puts into the alert to the community? The very first word is vehicles. Okay.
I think your instinct is right, Chris. The car is going to become key to this whole thing.
The car,
absolutely. You're 100% right.
The car is key.
Yes.
Okay? It's easier to find a car than it is a victim. Because a lot of times if you find the car, the victim's in the car. Right? You're not looking for the victim, you're looking for the car. If you get a video that shows a vehicle, okay? And so I think there's a big piece of this puzzle, which we said a couple of days ago. There had to be a car. Remember we talked about the tire tracks and everything on our panel the other night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we were all thinking at that time, if we were, running with this, there's got to be a vehicle. Let's get to it. Okay. And so, and this is why when he's coming out of that house, potentially with Miss Guthrie, which we know, it's concerning to me that she's injured. How it got there, we won't know until they talk to the suspect. And he says, yeah, when she was going out, she was whatever he's going to tell us to explain that blood pattern down there. We can say that blood pattern's moving in a certain direction. It appears consistent with certain things, but we won't know until he says, yeah, she tripped and she hit her hand, she hit her head, she was on her knees. All that stuff comes from the interview with the bad guy. Right. Then you can recreate it once the bad guy says to you, this is what happened. But what we do know at that moment, the very first night with that video, if that is legit in terms of the sequence of events, which we're all, possibly thinking through here, is we know she's hurt. And so that goes back to that other principle. If she's hurt and she's 84 years old, you have a maintenance problem now. It's kind of like when, and I think the audience, if you guys would bear with me for 30 more seconds, it's kind of like when a suspect goes in and they kill somebody, they don't realize they now have, if a 200-pound bag of cement, 400 pounds, 300 pounds, or 150-pound bag of cement, they now have to figure out, okay, do I leave it? Do I move it? Do I take it? Okay. And then you just don't throw dead bodies over your shoulder and get them out of the house. We don't have any evidence that she was pulled out of the house. There's no blood evidence of that tells us she was moved. But we do have evidence she disappeared. And that's where the cisterns, that's where the water sources, why they're going back there and looking and they're poking. They're not looking for Nancy Guthrie. They're looking for her body. The day they poked into that, sewer system, that's what they're doing. Okay. So now the car and the statements become really super important. And so when you see this guy the same night, maybe with the same backpack, but he's 5 miles away, okay, the one thing the authorities are going to want to know is, does he have a car? Do you have a car? The guy that they pulled over up in, just outside of Tucson, he had a car. And so we don't know what kind of digital footprint they now have that, Home Fries could have come into the neighborhood delivering DoorDash and his phone is pinging. And next thing you know it, the cast team is there and said, whoa, look at this. We got A, B, C, and D. And they have flock cameras coming into the city, around the city, leaving the city, and they've got his license plate. And they do a surveillance on him. Hey, this guy could be in play. Okay. And so that could be a possibility. And then the other possibility that Bob pointed out the other night, it could be just a friend who doesn't like the guy and says, you know what, we're going to swat him. Hey, the lady's in that house over there. Who's? And they give a name. And next thing you know it, everybody shows up. Okay. So these things are still in play, but I think the car now is critical. What say you?
Yeah, definitely the car is critical. My understanding is they focused on a white van or a white truck that they're particularly interested in, that had been seen in the neighborhood. Beyond that, though, I'm not exactly sure what they're looking for, other than I think they're trying to generate some interest from the neighborhood again and from that area. But beyond the white van and the white truck, I'm really not sure, what they're looking for, because we don't have any, as far as I know, we don't have any other reports. Now, they may have and are not telling us, but there are no other reports that I'm aware of other suspicious vehicles.
Mike?
Yeah, I think the vehicle is huge. I think they got the daughter's vehicle and they kept that, right? And part of that was, where's the DNA? Where are you finding DNA? Is it in the front seat, the back seat, the hatchback? I think it's some sort of SUV, like a 4Runner or something. So, and like we talked about, one of the panels, what if you find cleaning solutions? Is it sprayed down with some sort of bleach or cleaning solutions and everything's been wiped clean? And then that goes into, well, why did you do that? So when they take a vehicle, they're processing it for several reasons, and then those results we're not privy to what the results are.
Yeah.
So
Bingo. We're back at the house.
Yeah.
They've taken the victim's car, they've impounded it, and they probably got it tucked away indoors somewhere. And they've taken the daughter's car, and that's tucked away somewhere. All right. So let's go real time, real life. Have you ever impounded a kidnapped victim's daughter's car?
Only if it had the word suspect next to it.
Bob?
Yeah, same. You know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
of course not.
Right. We want to follow the bouncing ball here. Okay.
Right.
And now you get reports of, hey, there was a suspicious white van in the building or in the neighborhood. You say to the FBI and you say to everybody else, hey, we got to take this off the table. We need to canvass that neighborhood like 10 times to see if anybody has any camera footage. Okay. And we're looking for the one we have impounded. We're looking for a white, what did you say, Bob? White truck?
A white, well, I heard it was a white van initially, and tonight I heard it was a white truck. So I don't know.
We're looking for a white van and a white truck. Okay. We got 3 vehicles. If you see any of these vehicles coming in, grab it. Okay. And then they impound that video. And there's a program called Brief Cam. And it's a piece of software that you can put all of that video into. And in 2 seconds, it starts delivering patterns on where that car was. And then you do a comparative analysis to the flock cameras that see it coming in or leaving. Okay. And now you can start connecting the bouncing ball. You watch the bouncing ball go here, 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 and here. And then you get to that timestamp where you see this, maybe. Okay. Or you reverse engineer that and you get one car that's in impound and you go, whoa, look at this. What do you got, ma'am? This thing was here 4 days ago. What? Yeah, like 4 or 5 days ago, long before any of this stuff happened, long before mom was reported missing for church. Look, we got it in the neighborhood 3 days ago. You're kidding. You see how these things potentially, and Bob and I know, Mike, we're all tracking with each other because you guys haven't said anything. I'm the bad guy right now. Okay. But that is also plausible. Now you push back to one of the, if I was interviewing, I would say something like this. So what time did you call? Because I have the 911 call here. Well, I believe it was around blah, 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 12:03. Okay, you're right. What time did you get here with mom? Pause. Well, okay, right? If it's a whole hour, that conversation could have already occurred. Because if you say, if they go, well, we pulled up and we opened the garage door and went in, are we going to tell them we already know that didn't happen with the data point? No. We're going to let them run. If that's the case, if that's the truth, run as far as you want. Keep going. Okay.
And now you're talking about when they dropped her off after dinner. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm talking about the morning when they discovered her missing.
Okay. Gotcha.
There's no data point of that garage door opening. And I'm having a very difficult time processing personally. I think it's suspicious that your mother has disappeared. The night before, you utilized the garage to get her into the house because the sheriff says she was in the house. But they used the garage as the point of entry when they dropped mom off in the middle of the night. 9:48 or 9:58 or 9:48. So what if they have the clicker impounded with the car, the kind that sits up on the visor?
I think the only time you get a timestamp for a garage door opener is going to be one of the apps on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a keypad's going to have that data. I don't think a remote opener is going to have that data. It's going to have to be an app on the phone.
Yeah, but we had the FBI standing at the keypad. There's pictures of the evidence guys at the keypad disassembling it.
Yeah, but I think what Mike's saying is that's not going to make a recording of when it was open.
The Q app, I hear.
The Q app will. Yes.
Yeah, an app will.
Yes.
But I've got the push button to open my garage door.
Right.
There's no date and timestamp on that.
No, I get that. I get that.
Okay.
But there is a back door into the data that on every push pin.
But how do they timestamp it if you don't program a date and time when you install it?
Well, how did they timestamp this on whose phone? Whose phone did they use? Nancy's, or did they use the daughter's?
Right. Don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's an app that they're using and getting that data point from.
Okay.
Right.
And
Right.
okay, so let's go down. Let's stay with that. Okay.
Yeah.
If they use that, if let's say the daughter has access to the Q app to open the garage door, okay, why is she
Right.
not doing that the next morning?
Exactly.
when
That's a
she's
great
going to
question.
discover mom?
Mhm.
Because she would, if that's how you commonly go in and out of your mom's house with that app, because that's the easiest.
Right.
Logic would say she would use it.
Right. So
Right.
it would be fair to say, right? I mean, to think through this, it would be fair to say that data point doesn't exist.
Correct.
Okay. And so it still leaves that gap there in the story of, yeah, we came over and we immediately started looking for mom. Well, okay, what was the point of entry into the house? And I think the sheriff has kept that very close to the vest, but he leaked it. He leaked something that said the back door was open. Okay.
Mhm.
And that causes some concern for me that you show up at your 84-year-old mother's house, you see the back doors open. That means you're going to, for me anyway, I would think logically, you're going to start, going bonkers that mom is not in this house. There's something wrong here. And they're going to immediately throw 911. Bob.
Especially
Okay,
if it's
so-
not a glove.
Yeah, if the glove
If
was
they
in,
saw the glove. If they saw the glove.
yeah,
you'd
if
be
the
freaked
glove
out.
was in, if the glove was in open view, I agree. However, let me play devil's advocate here with this. So,
Absolutely.
so you get a phone call from a church friend who tells you, "Hey, Nancy didn't show up for church at my house today, and we've tried to call her, and she's not answering. We're a little concerned." So Annie and Tommaso go to the house, okay, and they're thinking, and they walk around to the back door, and they see the open door. I'll posit that the radar might not be up yet, because did mom walk away, and is she over in the neighbor's backyard because she saw something, or for whatever reason walked over into the
Talking
neighbor's
garden.
yard?
Right. Got it.
So now I'm going to start looking for her, or we are going to start looking for her in the house. And so they're going to walk in. I think it's feasible to think that they're going to go in every room. They're going to go to the garage. They're going to search the entire interior and exterior of the property. Okay. So now she's nowhere to be found. They see her phone on the nightstand, perhaps her Apple Watch on the nightstand. So now they're really worried, and then they either see the glove Gary likes, or they don't see the glove Gary likes, and so now their radar's up. So how long does all that take? Okay, we don't know, right? Because we don't know what the delay was exactly, because we've been given two different time frames by the sheriff. Now, I criticized the sheriff earlier, but now I'll defend him a little bit by saying that, as we all know, is the first iteration of a story that we get is usually off a little bit, right? And in this case, I think it could have been off. The timing could have been off. And so the information that the sheriff first got versus what he put out, a day or 2 days later, is different. So I'll give him a little bit of leeway there on the timeline.
Thank
And
you.
at this point, but when we get to another point here, and where you want to go with this, Chris, let me know, because I want to back up a little bit. I want to widen this out a little bit, and I want to back up.
Let's go.
And okay, so Mike and I had a friendly discussion about the Uber the other night, and
The one John took.
I
Yeah.
still love my mom. I love my
Okay.
mom, but I make her take Uber.
Mike's going to put his 84-year-old mom, who is a heart patient and has mobility problems, in an Uber to come to his house that's 5 miles away. I'm not going to do that. And I'm saying that in a friendly way, Mike.
Yes, absolutely.
Not criticizing, but just for the sake of understanding all this. So I'm not going to do that. Okay. So however Nancy gets there, whether it's Uber or uh, Tommaso or Annie comes in and gets him, she supposedly gets there. All right. But and I have to believe that the detectives have pinned this down, but did she actually arrive there?
Mhm.
Okay, if she went by Uber, she probably did, because there is a record of that. How long did she stay? Did she actually have dinner? Who else was there? And who initiated the dinner? And who invited whom? Is this something that they do every Saturday night?
Mhm.
Or was this a special occasion? Or what's the context in which Nancy went there? Now, it's been reported, and I haven't done any research on this myself, but it's been reported that Annie and Tommaso have a son that is either in his late teens or is right around 20 years old. So was their son there? And what is he going to tell us? Okay. I think we would all agree that that is somebody that we would want to interview right away once we've determined that this is a crime and not a missing person. Okay, so I just wanted to widen that open a little bit.
Sure.
All right. Now, so let's just say, for the sake of the story, Nancy is there for 2 hours having dinner.
4 hours.
Oh, okay. Do we know that?
She got picked up at 5:32, and the garage door opened at 9:50. So 5:32, 6:32, 7:32, 8:32, 9:32, and another 15 minutes in there, because it's about 5 miles away from me, house to house. So she's at the daughter's house for at least, we'll be conservative, at least 4 hours.
Okay. How do we know that? We don't.
Because the sheriff said she got picked up at 5:32 and went to Annie's house for dinner and games. And then she was dropped off by either Annie or Tommaso, and that's, been going both ways. At 9:48, the garage door opens. At 9:50, the garage door closes.
So we know that.
That's the data points.
Right. So the data points that the garage door opened and closed, not that Nancy went inside.
Exactly.
Well, and that's where he was asked on the first press conference, where he was asked, what time did they get home? And he responds around something, around 11, give or take, or something like that. He says it on the very first press conference, and that's when the reporter, and that's why earlier when we started this, I thought it was critical information that he kind of leaked out for a second, where the reporter follows up and says, well, did the family see her in the house? That was the question. And she said, and the sheriff turns to her and goes, yes. At her house.
Per their statement, that's not a fact. Right. That's just their own statement.
Per their statement, right. That's what the sheriff said. They said.
Okay, right. So I don't want to, and once again, I wanted to widen this out a little bit, but I also want to theorize something else too. Okay, now stick with me on this. So Nancy is there for dinner, right? And we have to assume she ate a meal there, and then let's stick with that timeline. She was either taken home or not, perhaps. Okay, and this is just my theory.
I'm with you.
Yesterday afternoon, there was an SUV that pulled up to Annie's house, and two men got out of the vehicle. They went inside the house, and they came out with a Whole Foods bag and that looked full, and a plastic bag that looked full. Okay. They checked the mailbox, they got in their SUV, and they drove off. They're
I saw
not
that.
law enforcement. And the reporters were speculating that these were security personnel hired by Savannah.
Right.
And that's what I think they probably are. But I also believe that it's very possible that they went in and took either all of the food out of the house or some of the food out of the house.
In the Whole Food bags.
In the Whole Food bag. It's clearly a Whole Foods bag. I have some.
Oh.
I shop at Whole Foods. I know what they look like. It was definitely a Whole Foods bag, and there was a white plastic bag. That's where, if I were carting food out of a house, I would put the cold or frozen or refrigerated items in the plastic bag, and I would haul them out of there. Okay. So
I like where you're headed here. I mean,
okay. So of
thought.
course, I don't really know what happened, like anybody, but you can see where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And if in fact, Nancy is deceased and they find her body, they're going to want to know what they had for dinner that night.
Yep.
You follow me?
Yeah. And we can tell the people, or tell our audience, right, that they will check the contents of her stomach.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
okay.
Okay.
So
yeah.
And again, we're just theorizing. Yeah. This is or at least that part of it's my theory, and okay. All of us have.
So to dovetail into what you're saying and to keep that piece of the puzzle going here, I'll start with Mike, or actually I'll start with Gary. What say you about the evidence text going back and doing all the photography? And now that we know we have this picture of this guy on the porch, what do you think's going on? Because they didn't have it yet. They remember. And by the way, that could also be another point of contention, because who released that? The FBI released it, not the Pima County Sheriff's Office. They pulled the data and then they released it. So it's kind of like, okay, well, we'll just one up you. We're going to release the bag. We're going to release the video because you sent the glove to a different lab. I know this sounds stupid, everybody, but trust me, sometimes that games are played like that behind the scenes for tit for tat. I'm praying that's not the case, but I've seen it before. Mike has seen it. I mean, Mike just told us about a story where one of his guys goes in and there's a box of grenades. Okay. And for the record, so those of you who are just joining us, Mike was a task force commander for the Joint Terrorism Task Force. His team worked Adam Godet, who was am I pronouncing his name right, Mike?
Adam Godon, spokesperson for ISIS.
Yeah, he was the ISIS spokesperson. Mike's team did that guy. So this guy that you're looking up there, he's the real deal. Okay, he and all of us here, we all have our stories. But Gary, I'm curious what your thoughts are from your analytical brain, why they're going back to the house, the evidence team, and why they have her car impounded somewhere.
I want to be very careful about answering this because there's been no suspect that has been formally
absolutely
in any way. So what I think is interesting looking at it from the outside is, remember what I said about how when there's infighting and splits and fragmentation in the investigation, it sometimes points to splits and fragmentation in the world around the victim. And one gets the sense that part of what's making this case so complicated is that there's some sort of nexus, some connection point between someone or a group of people that are sort of around the victim, that know the victim in some ancillary way or some close way that's unclear yet, and then some sort of confederate or confederates that might have more pragmatic goals that are less personal, maybe in it for the money, that are the gang who couldn't shoot straight kind of thing. And what it looks like is that the fragmentation between them throws everything off in terms of how to interpret things, because you could have one who's very intelligent and one who's an imbecile, one who's very organized and one who's disorganized, one who's cool under pressure and one who isn't. And a lot of times when we look at a crime scene, for example, and I'm asked to opine psychologically on what's going on, sometimes there's such fragmentation that we think there has to be more than one person there, because how could the same person do these two things? They don't match, right? And so this whole thing just suggests to me people with different motivations who are sort of in some kind of conspiratorial dynamic with each other. And the other thing I want to mention that I think is important is that I had, in the beginning, you had heard me say on the, and this, by the way, is all just theories until we have formal suspects. I had said in one of the earlier episodes that you did that I was really uncomfortable with even committing to the idea that she was even back at that, the victim was even back at that house, that there was a stagey quality to things. Then in the last episode, you showed the wider view of the blood trail. And that was more convincing to me that she had authentically been walked or been carried to a vehicle. Now, Michael Baden, the forensic pathologist, who I think is very, I really trust what he says. He says that the blood drops, in his estimation, are consistent with what would come from a person's hands or face. That somebody with a bleeding face or hands would leave those drops. Now, that's very interesting to me, because it is very hard for me to imagine that if you put a victim, living or deceased, in a vehicle who is bleeding from the hands or face, and you haven't made any effort to cover up the cut because they're leaving it on the driveway, on the path, I can't understand how they wouldn't their blood wouldn't get in the car. It's very hard for me to picture that. I mean, what's the idea? That once they get to the door of the car, you cover the cuts up? Wherever this blood is coming from, it's probably continuing to dribble into the vehicle. And that to me is very, very important, because it starts to raise questions about what they're looking at in the car. I mean, if you get blood on the leather of, let's say, into the material of a seat, I mean, you could scrub it down with bleach all you want. I think you're going to have a stain, right?
You won't have a stain. You'll have the enzymes of that blood.
Well,
and
what I mean is some
chemicals that you can use to pull it back up.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is I think there must have been, unless that car is prepared.
Unless it's an orange crush soda. Orange crush, for some reason, just blast an alternate light source and lights it up to no end. And there's a lot of things that glow, by the way.
Right.
Not just blood.
That's extremely interesting to me. Now, the other thing is, and I had heard the former FBI agent Maureen O'Connell say this too, that I had been thinking about. I was very pleased when I heard her say it, is that if you look at some of the recent cases, Brian Kohberger, the Brown shooter, whatever, you start to see this thing, which is very, it's sort of covered actually in Michael Stone's, in my book, we talk about this, is that it seems like the offenders in more recent cases are paying attention to methods that are used in other high-profile cases. And one of the things I was very interested in is that in both of those cases, people knew to turn their phone off so that the phone isn't getting pinged. I'm really interested to know if whoever's driving that vehicle, is their phone off? Whoever you're thinking of as a potential suspect, I mean, that phone's got to be pinging as you're driving.
I think we can all agree, though, right? I think we can all agree that, and keep me on the straight and narrow here, this is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Well, or there may be more than one person involved, and one is sharp and one's a dingbat. It isn't clear yet.
Well, then the other guy's a bag of rocks.
Definitely one of them is a dingbat. That there's no question. The flowers in front of the camera is dingbat material.
Yeah, I mean that in of itself shows that he doesn't have any critical
No.
problem-solving skills.
No. And inappropriately comfortable, not even
Well,
scared.
he's really comfortable.
Right. Too comfy.
He's very comfortable to the point where Bob caught the other night that there was only one thing that spooked him on that porch, and it was a split-second glance over,
Right.
to see, nothing. I'm still here. He was comfortable, but I mean, this guy in that video, in my opinion, is not the kind of guy that is going to go into the house now, okay, and hang around for 39 minutes.
It's odd. There's something strange.
It's just like, okay, unless there's something else going on, God forbid, in that house, victimizing that victim. And then at that point, it becomes a disposal problem.
I understand where you're going with that. Yeah.
Okay. And now I don't want to think like that in public, but all of us are thinking.
But we have to think like that because that's
I get it.
reality.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And we talked about this a long time ago. Let's say it is that knucklehead and it's a total,
Stranger.
gardener or pool man, whoever it's going to be, right? Delivery driver, and that his motivation was SA. Okay. And that's his rape kit in his backpack. And now he's got her and he's got a vehicle and he's decided, okay, I'm just going to get her out of the house and I'm going to go do a body dump. Okay. That's a consideration here. And now the other peripheral things of, the other family members and all this other stuff. Well, then they could be processing those cars and going, okay, well, maybe there's reasons for this. Okay. And that's why the ICAC team was an anomaly to me in this investigation as it unfolded. It's like, well, wait a minute, why are they here? Okay. And we went over this, ad nauseum recently. Right. So that's a possibility. Or we go back to this other conspiracy concept of somebody in the circle. Hey, I'll give you a piece of the puzzle, or I'll give you a piece of the pie.
Right.
Well, here's the layout. Here's the story, whatever the deal is going to be. Or even more sinister. Hey, mom, come on over for dinner. And mom never leaves the house. She never makes it back to the house. And all the other stuff that we're seeing as hocus pocus, it's all been staged. Can you guys think about it?
Be taken off the table right now. We don't have enough information.
Well, we have a lot of information.
Right.
But not enough to take anything off the table.
I don't think any of that could be taken off the table. I agree. Right. And the part that's most frustrating is that at least one of those hypotheses could involve someone who only vaguely knows you. So you're going from someone who knows you as intimately as seeing you every day to someone who maybe met you once. See, and that widens the suspect net so broadly that it's extremely confusing. Or it could be some nexus of individuals that are, whenever money's involved, you can have, if that's the issue, you could have a whole group of people. So, but I just wanted to ask the group about this point about the pinging of phones, because anybody who's watched true crime for 5 minutes knows if I was going to commit a crime, I'm turning my phone off or putting it in airplane mode or whatever, because it's becoming a commonly known thing that your phone is going to track you and turn up in your case. And so wouldn't whoever did this, if they were sophisticated and even remotely, you would have your phone off, right? So it would be interesting to see who, for whatever reason, their phone was turned off.
We don't know, but we don't know that because this is the same guy that sticks an automatic in a.
I'm not sure. I don't
think
necessarily. Anyone else?
Yeah, right. Gary, to your point, you're saying, if I hear you correctly, you're saying you collect all the family members' phones, and two of them are left on, and you can tell by the pings whether they be in the house or the neighbors' houses, But then this phone over here doesn't have any pings. So you're looking for what's missing, not what's there, but what's missing.
Well,
And if
I
this phone's
would do it with
You
everyone.
could be, yeah.
yeah, so if this
Everyone
phone's
in
missing,
family.
if this phone's missing pings,
Right.
that's a whole different conversation
odd.
to have with that person.
Right.
Yeah, it's odd because that would allude, hey, your phone turned off. Why is that? And now if
Right.
it turns off every night at 8:00 because you don't want the EMFs going through your brain at night,
Right.
that's one thing. But if it's on every night except for this night, then that's
Well, look at it
we
like
call that a clue.
Imagine yourself into the situation. Now, let's say I'm worried because I think my mother's missing. One of the things I would tell 911, the dispatcher, is, and I had my phone turned off, so maybe she was trying to reach me to tell me something happened, and the phone wasn't turned on, and I had no idea what happened to her. See, it would be important to know if someone's phone is turned off. If someone has their phone turned off at those hours and then is nervous their mom is missing, wouldn't you want to know?
They know right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
odd.
I think all three of us can tell you they know.
You definitely want to know. And I think phones and cars and all this technology, no matter how hard you try, this stuff entraps.
There's a GPS right now. Just the world needs to accept that if you have a newer car, or whatever I don't know what years did they start throwing the computers into the engines.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I just want to be clear. I'm talking about that they should be looking at the phones of everyone in the circle.
Sure.
Anyone, from the pool boy to the, all the way up to the closest people, because I think that would just be too suspicious.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah.
I would never have my phone off, especially if I had, to be honest with you, I remember when my father was ill before he passed, I would never have my phone off. I was nervous 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I also hope you wouldn't kidnap anybody either, Gary. But that's all.
Yeah.
Not that interested in anybody that happens around. But
so Bob brought up an interesting point. Mike, what are you thinking? Let's think out loud. What are some of the theories you're playing with upstairs?
Well, this is more on the education side, if you will. So one of the things we talk about the news conferences and the press conferences the sheriff and FBI has held, and Cash Patel flying in, all this other stuff, right? When I was working at the airport, I did some stuff with NTSB. And one of the things that NTSB prides themselves on is that anytime they do a press conference, everything they say will be 100% factual and backed up with evidence. So they won't speculate. They won't guess. The only thing they're going to tell you in a press conference is factual data points, which I respect NTSB for that a lot, because sometimes people do get off course and start guessing on things. One of the comments, and I try to give credit to whoever's asking the questions or making the comments. Doobie Red Burn Darling 6334 was talking about somebody went by the impound yard and didn't see any of the cars. My thoughts on that are fairly simple, is that if the impound lot is where you take your cars for your DUIs or unlicensed drivers and stuff like that, if you're taking a car for evidentiary purposes, it's going to be locked inside a garage that nobody has access to. It's not going to be sitting out in the elements.
Processing.
Well, so someone's reporting this kind of ties back into that NTSB. Somebody's reporting, I went to the tow yard and there was no cars there, and they're reporting on that. But that's true to them. The bigger truth is that if you're actually taking a car for evidentiary purposes, that's going to be locked up out of the elements and secured. So we have to be careful on what gets reported and what a novice is guessing versus a practitioner of the field.
Okay.
Those are my 2 cents. Okay,
well, keep going with your thought process on what we've been talking about this evening in terms of potential investigative theories.
So I think Gary's spot on in that you can't eliminate anybody yet. We do, to your point, Chris, we do have a lot of evidentiary points and a lot of data points, but nothing that eliminates anybody yet. And then the question is if someone is actually, well, obviously somebody is behind the crime, are they throwing things into the mix to muddy it up?
Yeah.
Did they drop a glove the next day or the day, after the scene was released, did they go back in and do something? Did they open and close the garage when the mom was never there? Nancy's not there, but they still wanted data points to open and close the garage. Did they send somebody to go on the front porch just to confuse everybody? That person didn't even go, he did not, what we saw in that video, he didn't commit a crime. He walked up to a porch and, touched the wall, but it's not criminal. But is that cloudy the investigation, or is he a true suspect? And then the most recent was the other video with the guy with 2 backpacks that recently surfaced, right? And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking to myself, that's just a homeless guy making his rounds through a neighborhood.
Yeah.
And to the audience, I mean, that's
Now,
see, to me,
that guy didn't look homeless. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah, but hold on, just half a second. To me, working midnights, you see a guy and they have their luggage with them and they're walking around at night. Everybody else is asleep, and that's the things you don't see when you're sleeping in your house.
Mm-hmm.
So was he clean cut? Yes, but at the same time, he's got his possessions with him, which potentially would make him an unhoused person, just wandering around the street at night that your midnight cops see all the time. People make a big deal. I'm not saying he's innocent, but people make this huge deal. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. It's so out of place to them because they're asleep. At 2:00 in the morning, people shouldn't be walking around the neighborhood. But at 2:00 in the morning, that's when people walk around neighborhoods.
I told Karen, I said, the moment he saw himself on TV or whatever, okay, and that he was listed, he called his parole officer and said, dude, I didn't do anything.
You're right. You're right. And that's, we talked about it, about somebody potentially, I'll use the phrase ruined his life, but that's too harsh. But you know what I'm saying? Someone put that video out there and said, this is our guy. And to your point, Chris, hey, dude.
Yeah. When it could be a watch band.
Yeah. So that's what we have to be careful of when speculating.
Yeah.
Well, a couple hours after that surfaced, NBC News came out and said the guy had been cleared, but then other news outlets were reporting, no, he has not been cleared. And one-sided an FBI source is saying he had not been cleared. But that guy, he did not look homeless to me, Mike. But I will say this: he appeared to me to be much skinnier than the guy with the ski mask at Nancy's house.
Mm-hmm.
He did not, now the guy tonight, he had a beard, but I don't think that's one and the same, guys. But it is a hell of a coincidence, though, when you see when that kind of and maybe this is what you're getting at, Mike, is that kind of Ring camera video surfaces on the same night that Nancy Guthrie goes missing. And of course they're drawing attention to it and they're soliciting the information. I get it, but it just is it coincidental? Perhaps, but Mike is right. I mean, when you work in graveyard, you see all kinds of stuff.
I mean, thinking out of the box, to me, the first time when I saw that guy, I automatically thought, oh, he's a tweaker, car burglar, or maybe he's going to go in the backyard, like Mike said, and he's going to, try to tuck away. But then I thought, okay, well, if he is the guy, let's see, that means he's got to get in a vehicle and he's got to drive over to, tonight's the night. I'm going to go kidnap an 84-year-old woman. But before I get over there, I got to take all my clothes out of my other backpack. I'm going to change up. I'm going to pull out my gun that I'm not wearing. Okay. That for all the other crimes that I was just about ready to commit. Let's be play this out, right? Because, the people said, hey, we saw this guy on the ring camera, and everybody says, oh, well, that guy, yeah, that's the guy. So now that if everybody says that's the guy, well, then let's get him ready to commit the crime. Okay. Because he's got to get ready to show up over in the video, the Nest video. He's got to get the mask out. He's got to, get the clothing on. He's got to, know that, he's going to go through the back sliding door, and he's going to stay in there for 39 minutes. I mean, that guy couldn't even get the gate open, and he left. Okay. He lowered his risk.
Mm-hmm.
The guy we're looking for is a guy that doesn't care about the risk. 100%. He does not care about getting caught. Evident of the fact, the moment that he saw the camera, he bowed down, and he was more worried about identity. But how did he solve the problem, right? He reaches up for shrubbery thinking that, I'll just go ahead and throw the shrubs over it. Okay. Which, that's a bonehead move, but that's also maybe a learned behavior that he has some familiarity, somewhere, maybe, in the landscaping play somewhere. I don't know. Okay. But, just playing this through. Okay. I think the guy that they put out, through the ring camera video, that guy, I just saw that guy not as a hot prowl burglar. Okay. Because I think the guy on the Nest camera with Miss Guthrie, I mean, we got to give him some credit. He was successful in getting her out of that house. If that's the guy. Okay. From a criminal side, right? But if he's not if it's the other potential scenarios, then this guy up there that they threw all over the news is just noise. And every parole officer that saw that was somebody said, that's my guy. Am I right, guy?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Pull up his ankle
phone's
bracelet. Tell him where's that.
yeah, the phone's ringing. Hey, that guy you're looking for? Yeah, come on over to my office. I got him here. Click. Okay. Because that's how I read that guy personally. But I don't know. We'll find out. There's different stories. He's still in play. He's out of play. But we also have a guy that said, yeah, give me 1 Bitcoin. Okay. And now he is, sent a second letter to TMZ and said, well, I'm getting frustrated. You're not listening to me. I feel like we're listening to that, the Nigerian scammer, going back to that principle. So with all that we're learning and all that we're trying to understand and all the stuff that's floating out, my feeling right now is that DNA on that glove is if there is, or whatever it is that the sheriff was tucking away is coming back. The more we're going to get additional digital evidence that's going to come back. I think a car is in play, to your point, Bob. I think there's a huge push to find that vehicle. And I still think it's suspicious that the daughter's car was impounded. Their phones were extracted. They went to their house, took photographs. I find that unusual, but it may be because they're just trying to, cut loose. And then we have this knucklehead out in LA who just happens to search only 2 phone numbers, the daughter and the husband, okay, and interject himself in the worst, hunt in the country and do a 9-second phone call. And they don't tell us who it was to. What if it's to, to Tomasio? That would be really interesting. Well, why aren't you calling the daughter? They have done creative writing 101 in that affidavit, in my opinion. They don't want the public to know who that 9-second phone call was to.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got when I read that in the affidavit.
Do you find that like what? And now Home Fries is downtown in Tucson at federal court, they kicked him from LA, and they said, go, even though you did this in Los Angeles, get out of here. You're going to Arizona, where that U.S. attorney is going to handle you, which they can do. No big deal. Nothing suspicious about that.
Chris, if we can, let's go back just briefly to the glove and which lab the sheriff chose to use. It's very important, especially in this case, because this is an abduction case and we haven't found the victim yet. So if you send an item for evidence, DNA evidence, to a private lab in Florida,
right?
Number one, how is it going to get there? What's the mode of transportation? And number two, how long is it going to take? Versus sending it either overnight or directly flying it via an agent to Quantico, and by late in the next afternoon, you're going to have some results.
Yeah.
Okay?
So
you follow me?
Yeah.
And some people are going to say, well, not even Quantico can do it that fast. Well, I think they can, depending on what it is, how much DNA is available for analysis, et cetera, et cetera. Gary mentioned her name, and I'll bring it up again. Maureen O'Connell, retired FBI agent. She worked on the evidence response team for the FBI, and she was talking about this. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday, but she was talking about this on Megyn Kelly's show one of these days, and she brought that point up, not necessarily about this glove, but about how quick they can get items analyzed for DNA, in particular at Quantico. And so that's why this could be very, very important. I don't think they're going to get it that fast from a private lab in Florida or any private lab for that matter. So,
and that could be very, I heard there's, I would play that out to where I think what the sheriff did was, I think it's a tit for tat,
I'm in charge and you're not FBI, so we're going to use, I'm sending it to my
their
lab.
evidence team wasn't in play when they had the glove. They had the glove the first night, and they're like, I think he's like, okay, well, I already don't like certain people, certain things, or whatever his personal views are. And he said, we're going to send it to a lab. Chuck, yeah, you're getting on our plane, because they have a plane. And we're going to talk to this partner. They're certified, and we just need just enough to get a profile. Simultaneously, they had the other stuff in Phoenix in the rapid DNA. So I think they sent it in two different directions. And once they got a profile in Phoenix, they were probably hoping it was a bad guy profile, and they didn't get a hit. They got mom. Okay. So now they're in a prisoner's dilemma, and they had to reveal to the FBI when they came into the play, who's now assigned to collect all the evidence. Hey, we're just giving you guys a heads up. We've got a glove that we found in the crime scene that we didn't tell you about, and it's sitting at a lab in Florida. And you guys know, how all those dynamics go. And now Quantico, the FBI is going to push back and say, well, we're going to have to certify it anyway. So at some point, we're going to get it anyway. Now, here's my question. How fast are they going to turn it around when they get it? Or is it going to be another, we'll show the sheriff? You see, I mean, the political end of this thing is getting lost and we started our program tonight with all of this other mishigosh that's going on potentially behind the scenes. And everybody, in my opinion, is being unprofessional. And it's unbecoming, quite frankly, to our profession, because the world's watching. And
Well, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the show tonight. But what, and I'm not defending the FBI, but what have they done that's unprofessional
no, well, for all we know,
in this case?
Well, we don't know if they pushed the backpack out, and the sheriff didn't know that was going to happen. We don't know that yet. As kind of, hey, you didn't tell us about the glove? No problem. We've identified the backpack. Boom, here's a tweet on from Phoenix.
Okay.
Don't you think that should have gone through the sheriff and let him do that? Because it's his case. It's not the FBI's case. This is not an FBI case. Let's make that clear for the public.
Well, so I'll play devil's advocate here, and my comeback to that, to your question, Chris, would be, well, the sheriff has already shown that he's not communicating with the press anymore. So why would he put that out at our request? So we're just going to go ahead and put it out because we need to know time is of the essence.
But wait a minute. Who's investigating the homicide if it's a homicide? Is it the FBI?
No, I get that. I
so
totally get that.
Trumps everything in this game right now.
But what's done is done. And so I would, if I were the FBI agent in charge, I would defend myself and my agents by saying, look, we're not going to play any of this tiddlywinks anymore with the sheriff. We're going to go ahead and put it out because we need to know. That's how I would address it.
Why would
they
you
don't?
need to
Because
know?
it's not their lane.
Yeah, it's not their lane.
Well, I understand that.
Not their bowling alley.
But it's turned into their lane because of the sheriff's actions.
No, it hasn't. Just the sheriff has no responsibility to talk to the press.
This isn't going to be prosecuted in a federal court.
Okay, but how's he going to? Okay, so you're just going to hope that the sheriff puts the information out about the backpack?
No, you go to the sheriff and you say, we've identified the backpack. What do you want to do with it? That's what you do.
Okay.
And then the sheriff can say, okay, I'll have my PIO put a tweet out with a picture of the backpack.
Okay, if he does that.
But
if he does that. But my point, my point earlier was that
1,000%. But let's play out what they did. They circumvented the sheriff and they had the Phoenix office tweet out this backpack.
How do we know that? Is there a report from the sheriff's saying he's upset about that?
No, but that's to your point. Okay. Why did they do that?
Maybe they did. Well, maybe behind the scenes, they went to the sheriff or communicated to the sheriff that, hey, we're going to do this. Is that okay? And they did it.
I'm hoping that's the case. I agree with you.
Now, I was an undersheriff, so I know how this works with sheriff departments. But
right. The sheriffs are they're politicians.
You're preaching to the choir, brother.
Okay. Right. They're elected officials. Okay. They're elected officials. Okay. The FBI, they're not elected. Okay. And so I think everybody sees everything, sideways. So let's do this. In our agency, go back into the day, if we had the SO involved in collecting evidence, which we have in the past in our agency, because they have the lab, okay, and we've called them out many times, and they get something, do they get to say, hey, look what we have, here it is, and tell the public? Or do they go back to me as the case agent and say, hey, I found A, B, C, and D. What do you want to do with it? Okay.
Well, I think
I just got a checkmate right there.
You're 100% correct under normal circumstances. What I'm saying is, and I said this at the top of the show tonight, or at least it should have become very clear that I wasn't happy with the way the sheriff is conducting himself, is these are not normal circumstances. And he has made it that way, in my opinion. So if I were the FBI and I had that critical piece of information and identified that backpack, I'm putting it out whether I have the sheriff's blessing or not. That's what I'm saying. So you can argue, you can argue till you're blue in the face and tell me that that's wrong, and it may be wrong under normal circumstances, but these are not normal circumstances.
But see, that's driving a wedge between the two agencies by doing
It's
that.
already there. That wedge, if we believe what we're hearing at the upper echelons of both of these agencies, that wedge is already there. I don't think it's there on the ground level. I don't think it's there with the line agents and the detectives, because we see them on camera working together. But that wedge is already there at the upper top.
Yeah, and you know, you're actually creating the point that 8 days ago I made this, and everybody that has followed me for 5 years, I said there's going to be tension. I did this even. I said there's going to be a big fight here now that the feds are involved. Okay. Ta-da. I must be a prophet. Okay. You know.
You are a prophet, Chris.
No, but here's the point. And anybody, you guys can go back and you can watch the videos. They're on YouTube forever. Okay. Now, I think it doesn't do any good though, even though maybe they have bad blood. Who cares? Okay. This is about Nancy.
Exactly.
Okay. But
couldn't agree more.
Okay. But the FBI, okay, feels, no, it's about us. It's about who gets to take the guy down first in Tucson.
So where is that coming? But where is that coming from, Chris? I don't see it.
They had the HNT team and Pima County SWAT were both at that house. So who's in charge of that house? Is it the FBI or is it Pima County?
Are there reports that they had a turf dispute down there in Rio Rico? Because I haven't heard that.
No, I'm not saying they had a turf dispute. I'm saying that they had both teams there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, that the hostage rescue team is subservient to Pima County in that situation, if in fact their victim is in that house. They are you guys, you got window 1, you got window 4, you got window 6, you got window 3. Okay, stack up at the door. Pima County, we're going in. Let's go.
Okay. Look, I agree that the sheriff has jurisdiction. I agree with everything you said.
All of that.
I'm not disagreeing with that point. I'm talking about the backpack.
And
you brought up this territory thing with the backpack.
But it's as simple as the backpack, right? In terms of the night before with the gentleman that they detained is a sheriff's operation. The backpack, they asked for help from the FBI to identify it and then hand it back and say, here is your backpack. It was totally out of lane to go to Phoenix and their SAC down there and him send out a tweet that we have the backpack. This is it, FBI.
But for all we know, that was with the blessing of the sheriff. We don't know that it wasn't.
I hope so. I really do. And I agree with you. And if that's the case, then guess what? Everybody's on the same page and everybody's focused is clarity in terms of this Nancy, Miss Nancy. Okay. But this, and by the way, for the audience's benefit here, this is how it goes.
That's right.
Behind the scenes.
We argue behind the scenes. If we were discussing this case in a conference room.
This is what you're not seeing. Yeah. Oh, this is what you're not seeing. And you have a guy like Gary sitting over there who says nothing. Okay. Because he's like, but this is what you're not seeing. And I'm glad we're having this conversation out loud, because again, this goes to our conversation, or all of us in agreement that we just want them to be professional and put that other crap aside for this case. put it all, we don't care what happened before. We're not going to care what happens later, as long as it does not disrupt a criminal prosecution for the person that has done this to Nancy Guthrie, period. And so they got to check it at the door, okay, because we work for God, okay, and the sheriff doesn't work for his constituents right now. He's working for Nancy Guthrie, and so is the SAC. And they need to check their egos and do the right thing. And I hope that right thing was kicking off this text message that they had both had a conversation on the phone that said, hey, we got the backpack. What do you want us to do? And the sheriff says, okay, let's release it. You guys found it. You can push it out. Boom, press send. And the world goes, holy crap, we got the backpack. Okay. If that didn't happen and the SAC said, forget it. They sent the glove down there. We got the backpack, press send. Now we got tomorrow.
I think behind the scenes, cooler heads are prevailing, notwithstanding the sheriff. That's what I think.
I concur.
Yeah,
I hope.
I don't see the SAC. I don't see the supervisory agents. I don't see, now the supervising detective. So there's probably a sergeant, lieutenant, maybe a captain involved. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. But I don't see the consternation. And
That's you. I love our chat, man.
Okay.
This is awesome.
I'll shut up.
Gary, no, you're cool. Go, Gary.
I feel like a performing monkey. What am I supposed to do? Throw a coin.
Gary, ask a question.
Right,
Gary's got a question to ask.
Right. No, I just was wondering what you guys think about the possibility that the sheriff
Gary's going to deflect.
I'm going to deflect, but I do. I'm a master. You think it's not my first rodeo, Chris? Do you think it's possible that the sheriff became concerned about leaks?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. And that goes back to Chris's point. And because at the end of the day,
and we're going back.
It
would make sense to me if
whoever has the winning ticket and can find Nancy, if the FBI had a location where Nancy was,
right,
even though it's the Pima County Sheriff's case, the FBI would go rescue her and say, "Hey, Sheriff, we got your girl. Here she is." They would not, because at the end of the day, when you look at the executive levels, it's about the ego and who can get there first.
But see,
this is real time. We love you. Thank you.
When they send it out to a lab, a private lab, that I'm sure it's about, they don't want the information leaked. Who in the bureau can you trust or not trust, or who knows what the relationships are and the history is, but that's what a private lab offers you.
Right. But I don't just mean worried about leaks because somebody might steal your thunder. I mean, because for whatever reason, there was a sense that it could totally compromise what it is that, like the path you're on. You have a suspect in mind and you think that information is going to leak out and alert that person and throw your whole thing off, that kind of thing. I wondered about that. If there was
at the second news conference, you can clearly hear the sheriff referencing Ashley Banfield's information about the brother-in-law, or I'm sorry, the son-in-law, Tommaso.
Yeah.
I mean,
you could feel it in the room.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, I think he was PO'd about it, and I don't blame him.
And now, let me give you a real-time experience, right?
Oh,
like Bob or like Mike and all of us here. I did the first ever carjacking case when carjacking was a crime in the country. Okay, in California. Okay, I hooked the guy up. I send the packet. I'm just about ready to take the package over, deliver it to the district attorney's office. My phone rings. My boss is on the phone. He says, "Hey, come into my office." I walk in the office. There's an FBI agent standing there. He goes, "Hey, good job. Okay. Would you mind if we push this to the U.S. Attorney's Office? It's the first ever one here in Southern California. Okay. And and I just sat there and I said, I don't care. Are you guys going to, you're going to go after him? Okay. That's the point here. Okay. It's like, let's step in, just what Mike said. If we get her, bingo, botto. Okay. And I think that's part of what you're seeing, play out, unfortunately, and it's very unbecoming, to our profession. It's just not a good look.
Well, I agree. And I'm kind of flabbergasted with everything that's going on here. Gary and I had a text exchange earlier today, and we were both wondering why we're not seeing any arrests and so on. And the more I thought about that, I just kind of stepped back from it a little bit, and in my head thought about, okay, so they're doing this, and this. And I thought, well, there's a lot to be done. Maybe they're waiting for lab results. Maybe they haven't finished interviews yet. If Nancy is deceased, they would like to find her, and that's first and foremost. Well, they want to find her regardless, but if she is deceased, they definitely want to find her before they make any arrests of people that might be on their radar. So,
and Bobby, that's how you are, though. You're as a sheriff. I mean, in terms of an undersheriff in a very large county, you've been there, done that, and you've been on both sides, right? I mean, you've worked on federal task force. You've been, through, a local agencies. So you've grown up in terms of in the profession with 40 plus years of saying, hey guys, yeah, what do we got here for the victim? What's going on here? Okay. And our federal partners, right? It's never a problem where you can go to them and say, are we on the same sheet of paper here? Yeah. Okay. I don't care who gets the glory. You guys want it? Fine. But here's what we need. A, B, C, and D. It's obvious from the get-go. Where'd Mike go?
He said he was going to be right back.
Okay. It's been obvious from the get-go, though, in this case, okay, that there was tension long before Nancy, the tragedy that we're talking about tonight, okay? And that now has spilled out into the public, okay, to where everybody is hammering the sheriff, everybody's hammering the FBI, okay? And the whole reason I came up tonight was hopefully to bring some rational, let's just slow this down, everybody, okay? So that, let's see here. Yeah, that's another. Thank you so much, Olivia, for bringing that up. Yeah, one of the, whoops. Oh, there you are, Mike. One of the things that was out in the news is the undersheriff was driving around with Brian Enton, slamming the sheriff who's investigating probably the most high profile, again, the kidnapping problem here. And that's the kind of thing that the feds are going to feed off of. Okay. They'll eat that alive. And now the sheriff can't even go to a basketball game without being a national, disgrace. You've got Megyn Kelly today telling him, get back and do your job. The FBI is doing your job. Give it over to the FBI now. Okay. Well, let's just change the dynamics just for 1 second. What if Miss Guthrie was in that septic tank? Whose case is that? The FBI's or the Pima County Sheriff's Department? It belongs to Pima County, period. And so we need to give that guy a little slack. Even though we may not like him, he's got his team, just like the FBI has their team, on the highest profile kidnapping case in this country. And that's the focus. And trust me, I've had this, and you guys know me. And Bobby, you've worked with me. How many times have I told Rick, well, I'm not going to name it, How many times did you hear me say, or not necessarily heard me? I had a supervisor come to me one time and say, "You're going to arrest that guy." I said, "He's not the suspect." He said, "You're going to arrest that guy." And you know what I told him? "You have the same arrest powers I do. Hook him up." And I walked away. And guess what? He did. And 4 days later, I arrested the real suspect, and I walked into him, into the office, and I said, "I guess you're going to go to the jail in 849B this guy now, aren't you?" And he looked at me like, and he was whispering under his breath. Remember,
849B means unarrest someone.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Get him out of jail. Okay. And, you know, that's the kind of thing where you hope doesn't happen. Okay. You hope that doesn't happen, especially now. Now, after it's all over and they've solved the case and they're trying to figure out what direction it's going to go, everybody stand there, sing Kumbaya. You can bring everybody in. And, you know, behind me is, you know, Commander General 4417, and this guy here is with ATF, and this guy's over here, and this guy's over here, and this guy's over. None of them did anything on the case. Zero. Okay. But they're all standing at the podium saying, "Hey, here am I, see me." Okay. Instead of "here am I, send me." Okay. And that's a biblical twist, you know.
Well, let me just say this. I'm going to side with Megyn Kelly, mostly because I love Megyn Kelly and she has a great podcast. But
not as good as yours, Chris.
But yeah, it's not quite as good as the Interview Room. However, I think she's right. He needs to get back to work. And I'm not begrudging him for taking a little time, but going to a basketball game right in the middle of this is not a good look, and he should have known better. I'll just say that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think it's the optics.
Yeah.
One of the things I was thinking about this, that the three of us, four of us, find it so hard to believe that there's visible tension at those levels, because all of us get along with everybody. We can walk into a room of a half dozen folks and we become best friends with everybody in that room, because that's our personalities. We have the willingness we know what the mission is. We know what it takes to succeed in that mission. And that's teamwork and cooperation. And we all understand that. When someone doesn't understand that, it causes tension in that environment. And sometimes for us, it's hard to wrap our heads around that. And because it seems so simple. Can't we just get along? And yeah, the sheriff's this or the FBI is that. I do think it was a tit for tat on the sheriff put the glove to a private lab, which was his choice. He could bring in the feds. The feds only come by invitation only. And he brought in Border Patrol canines day one for the missing persons stuff. So he's definitely open to working with other entities. But for whatever reason, he didn't want to work with the FBI on the glove. And then the FBI, instead of making things better, they created that divide by putting the backpack out there, to Chris's point. So
yeah, but see, we don't know that they did that without the sheriff's consent.
We don't know
nothing that I've heard.
But we don't know that
I've heard that would say otherwise.
And we don't know that they didn't send the glove to Florida without the FBI's consent. It's the same logic.
Except the FBI is coming out and saying just the opposite, Mike.
Have they come out and said that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I mean, I haven't
seen it from the FBI.
Okay, that's through a source. Okay.
So they haven't come out and said
FBI
it.
source.
Right.
So they've come out and said that.
And
that's how it got out to be. That's how it got out to be a news story tonight.
Right.
Was they were upset that the sheriff sent that without their knowledge to Florida instead of allowing the FBI to send it to Quantico.
Which is the FBI ego, because it's the sheriff's case.
He could have sent it to Phoenix.
The sheriff can decide what he wants to do, who he wants to.
I get all that.
Yeah.
But what's best for the case and what's best for the victim and the Guthrie family? That's the question.
He sent her blood quickly to Phoenix, and they ID'd it as Nancy's. He could have sent the glove down there too, because remember, he had that glove before the FBI got involved. Let's not forget that piece of the puzzle.
But he could have brought the FBI in with that glove.
Right. Yeah. So he had the option. He may have been thinking those first couple of days when he had that glove, because they had it quickly. Okay. He may have been thinking, just like the rapid DNA, let's get this thing checked right now, like today. And we don't know if it went to Phoenix first and they said, look, we don't have the bandwidth right now. Okay. And the feds aren't in this play yet. Okay. And you know, I've had personal experience where I've sent evidence to the feds and I'm sitting there for months. Okay. And I'm not saying that would have been the case here. Okay. That they probably would have expedited it and, you know, they would have turned that down. But you and I both know once it hits the end basket in the feds, they have to justify to the other victims, the other departments around the country that have dead people, and that their investigators are pushing, when do I get my results? The question's going to be in the end basket in Quantico, why are we pushing this one ahead of this series of 4 or 5 bodies here? What's going on here?
You know, Chris,
you get that delay.
Yeah.
And that may be what the sheriff is thinking. Hey, I'm not going to play that game right now. I have a missing woman in my jurisdiction. I'm going to a private lab.
And this is where the communication at the upper echelons is imperative, because let's say that is the case and that's the sheriff's thinking, he should have really talked to the SAC or the RAC and talked to them, because when the ERT team comes out, hang on, just bear with me a second.
No, I'm responding to that.
When ERT comes out,
okay,
and rolls out on a high profile case, and they have Quantico's ear, and they'll get it done in a timely manner. Nancy Grace actually made the point tonight on Hannity's show, very similar to what I'm saying, although I don't think she knew exactly about the timing of the glove, but she made the point that, you know, what is there really another lab that can do better work than Quantico? Maybe, but I don't know of one. And certainly a private lab is not going to do as good a work, or they may do as good a work, but they're not going to be able to overshadow Quantico and get the turnaround time back as fast as Quantico, especially when that ERT is involved. Now, if there's any FBI agents listening to this, correct me if I'm wrong, but when the ERT rolls out and they ask for Quantico to put a rush on a particular item of evidence, it gets done.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bob. I think what it truly comes down to is the sheriff wanted to send the glove out and get the prize before the FBI got involved. He thought if he got the glove back, he got the glove back, it had DNA, he'd have a suspect, he could make an arrest, he would be top dog, and the FBI would be kept out of it. But what happened is it's snowballed, and he's potentially over his head. I'm not going to give an opinion one way or the other. I'm not a fan or not a fan, but he might be over his head, might need resources. But I think it's again, egos get in the way of the executive decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm glad the line staff is working together regardless of what management's doing.
Yeah, I'm certain that that's happening. I think we're seeing it.
Yeah.
And you know, if the upper echelon will get out of the way and let the real cops, both agents and detectives, do their job, we'll see some good results here. That's my opinion.
I do think it could have the potential of being expedited at the FBI lab. But again, it's what are they doing nationally? But right now this has national attention. So I think it could get expedited. But I do think the lab in Florida is equally competent.
Yeah, I'm not questioning their competence. I'm just saying that you've got a premier crime lab. You've got the President of the United States commenting about the case. You have Kash Patel on scene commenting about the case. You don't think Quantico isn't going to make this turnaround? Yeah, of course they will. So yeah. That's just my point.
Well, and that's a great point, because they shouldn't be. They should stay home in their beds and let the local authorities do what they do. What makes this case any bigger than a mother right now who's lost a child right now? They have 2 murders going right now in Pima County.
I raised that point 2 shows ago. I
Okay.
made that very point.
So what makes it bigger are all the egos that have come into the room with Miss Nancy. And I don't misunderstand where I'm going here. Okay. Because she is, the news right now. Okay. But there are a lot of parents right now that are also suffering with dead children.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you know what makes that news, right?
So answer that question then, and if you don't mind.
No.
Answer the question. Why does this case make news and others don't?
Well, we don't.
Because it's a prominent person.
A high-profile personality.
Yep.
That's it.
If this was my mother or your mother.
Hey, our guys, I remember Junior Seau killed himself in our town. Our guys stood over him, okay, when he committed suicide. Boom. I mean, and Bob, we can go on, right, Mike? I mean, Orange County. The list goes on.
Sure.
We stopped Frank Sinatra one night. Okay. And the list goes on. I did a homicide case and the girl's at the door and I said, "Who are you?" She goes, "You don't recognize me?" I said, "No, I don't." Okay. And it's Lisa Kudrow from Friends. I said, "You got an ID?" She goes, "You don't recognize me?" And by the way, we were up in Long Beach. We had a body dump in a dumpster behind a supermarket. Anyway, we traced it up and he was a doper and they wrapped him up in plastic, duct tape, everything, threw him in a dumpster. Anyway, we trace it up back to Long Beach. We had a house up there. And while we're there, the door knocks and the blonde is standing there. And, it was Mike Peretta, Fatso. He says, "Answer the door." And I opened the door and I said, "Can I help you?" She goes, "Well, who are you?" And I said, "You know the guy that lives here?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm a friend of his." I said, "Okay, you have ID?" I'm, boom, here's my tin, right? She goes, "Oh my gosh." She goes, "You don't recognize me?" I said, "Am I supposed to?" Right? I mean, literally. She goes, "Friends?" I said, "No."
We're not friends.
She goes, Lisa Kudrow. And I said, "Okay, fine. Chris McDonough, I'm with homicide. Let me see your ID." And she hands me her ID. I write her up. I had no idea who the heck she was.
Yeah.
Okay. None of us did. But
don't you know who I think I am?
Yeah. Don't you know who I'm here to, see me, right? Send me to see, right? Anyway, so we've digressed a lot, but I think we made some really good points for the public to see and right, in all candor. And by the way, none of us disagree with each other once everybody says, "Okay, yeah, we can see it both sides." And that's the amazing thing also that happens on the other side. Dr. Gary, what are you thinking looking through the window at these three?
Gary's got a question.
I dissociated for 25 minutes, but
what's your question, Gary?
I asked.
Do you remember it?
Somewhere else. I was thinking about. That's so funny. Hey, listen, it's a good strategy. I was thinking about the question that Bob asked. The conversation I had earlier with Bob about why there hasn't been an arrest. And one of the things I'm interested in is the possibility that if there is some kind of group of people involved, that's actually a good thing, because the more people involved, the easier it is to get somebody to crack and sort of bring down the whole house of cards. And I'm wondering if there isn't a pair of people or a trio of people or a quartet or a quintet or whatever. Don't we all?
That's why I have a YouTube channel. Thank
you. We all do. Where the idea is that I'm wondering if they're not trying to get somebody to sort of break. And to do that, you need to know the dynamics between people. So, like, for example, if anybody involved is close to her or knew her in some vague way, we have to understand the psychology of them, what might motivate them, what tensions there may be between them. Is somebody scared of somebody? Is somebody manipulating somebody? Is this about need? Is this fear? Is this whatever? We don't know. Or is there somebody who feels betrayed, backstabbed? There was very little honor among thieves, despite what you hear in the literature, in the popular literature. And I just think it's possible that if they're clever, they can use those little things to get someone to crack. And then the whole thing will come down. And you just need one, like somebody said in the audience, just need one domino. Now, I know that in your work, you must have done this routinely, right? You got it. Let's say a couple, and you think that, now I'm not connecting that to this case, but let's say you have a couple and you think that the male is the dominant, kind of villainous one, and the woman is scared of him. So then you go in and you interview her. You would know what to say, right? To get her to open up and admit what was going on. In other words, there's a psychology to it. And I think that probably behind the scenes, there's an attempt to kind of get someone to rat out. What do you guys think about that?
Well,
that may be going on.
Go ahead, Mike. I've said enough.
I think that is the hope, is that you get, and that's what, we don't know what kind of listening devices are in play at various things, who's pinging who on what devices, to see who's calling who. This guy from LA still bugs me. I think he's still involved. I think the guy from LA is connected to Tommaso, and I think there's speculation that somebody owes somebody money. Well, okay, let's take grandma and cause pain so they'll pay me even faster. Because that's what's going to get to the person who owes me $1 gazillion. I'll take their mom, and then they'll pay me up. I find this interesting as well. No one's lawyered up. It has not been shared that anybody has sought counsel when they talk to the sheriff or the FBI. None of the family members, which I find interesting.
Yeah, that we know of, and
right, and they could.
We might not know that,
right? And if they do lawyer up, there's nothing. That doesn't mean that they're guilty, but it puts another layer of difficulty in cooperation of the case.
Right.
So that's yeah. And I think if they would have lawyered up, and by lawyering up, I mean they're represented by counsel of their choice. That if they would have done that they themselves would have potentially put that information out there to protect themselves, or who is the whole family huddled together and not cooperating as much as the PD would, or the sheriff's office would like them to. We don't know.
But there's some. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, but let me.
No, go ahead. No.
Well, I was just going to say that I think that a safe bet could be made that what's going on here, and this is just a bet, but a safe bet could be made that there is some mixture of people who have a personal kind of issue and people that are viewing this through a totally pragmatic lens. This is money. But in the mixture seems to be somebody who has some real world connection to this woman, and then some Confederates that are idiots that are sort of all, or if they're not Confederates, they're people that are owed something or are after the individuals who feel compelled to do something, to come up with a lot of money or something like that. There seems to be these two kind of things going on at the same time, and how to connect them seems to be the key. What I think is you need to tug on a piece of yarn to get the whole thing to unravel. Mm-hmm. So I was thrilled, for example, that the guy in California who sent the text messages, that he's out there, because not what he did, but what I mean is that's somebody that could be used to begin to unravel a story, because the text messages that we saw, the text messages that Chris showed in the affidavit, for example, make it clear that the people who received a message from him seem to have had some prior connection with him or conversation, because there's reference to an expected Bitcoin exchange. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that, I don't want to say that for sure, but it certainly seems that way. So what it looks like is that at least they could say to that person, tell us why you would have sent that message. What is this about? Help us understand this. And I just think eventually you pull enough and the whole thing's going to go. And so what do you guys think about that point, that you only need one to fall?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the first one that talks gets the best deal.
That's right.
And he may
First
have
bite at
already
the
fallen.
apple. That's right.
Yeah.
And Chris made actually a good point with the affidavit, the arrest affidavit. That's what you had, right? Or was that the chart? Yeah.
It's the charging.
Yeah. It was cryptic, definitely cryptic. So, and I'm not saying that they nefariously withheld information, the agents that wrote it, but it was written so that we wouldn't have all the facts. There's something more there. So I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and notice how fast it just went away.
Mhm.
In the press conference. The Fed stepped up, right? The SAC stepped up and said, let this be a lesson to everybody else. Okay. We're taking this guy down, nothing else to see here, move along.
Mhm.
Okay. Meanwhile, you've got the Nigerian scammers send me 1 Bitcoin. You can see the effect that had. Okay. And so that's, again, we get into this and that's not legit. I just use that as an analogy just for the record. Okay.
You're going to get in trouble.
Tomorrow it will be like McDonough said on Twitter that there's Nigerian scammers in Nancy's. No, I'm not saying that at all. Okay. But, the affidavit was pretty, I agree with you, Bobby, that, you're looking at this affidavit and you're going, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. Why does this guy interject himself in, the largest kidnapping going on in the United States, in the world today, in terms of press and coverage, and the president's weighing in, and now you got some knucklehead who has, hey, I got an idea. That didn't make sense. And the other part that still does not make sense to me, and you tell me what you guys are thinking, is this idea that says, you know what? I'm not going to contact the person who's on TV, Savannah, or her brother, okay, because I don't know them. So I'm going to just create an open source intelligence search through, People Finder or, whatever the source is, and I'm going to get their phone numbers. But who am I going to pull? I'm going to pull the brother-in-law, who, by the way, hasn't even been in the limelight yet. He's not even on the radar at all when this is going down. That guy's in the background. Okay. Nobody knows anything about that guy. Look at him even to this day. He's MIA. You have the sister, you have Savannah, and you have her brother. You can take the two, Savannah and her brother, off the plate right away. That guy's in Vermont and she's in New York. Not a problem. But the sister, last person to see mom alive. Her brother, her husband. Oh, by the way, yeah, honey, I just want to show you this text message I got from a guy in Los Angeles. He's asking for Bitcoin. What? Drilling. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Click. You can have a conversation in 9 seconds easily. But in the affidavit, they don't tell you who that 9 seconds was. Who was it to? To our point. That's cryptic.
Yeah.
So we don't know. Okay. And then right after that's when everybody showed up at their house. Okay. With all the devices to download all their phones. Because they probably got that guy, right? They nailed him pretty quickly because as we know, but for the audience, all you do is pick up the phone and say, hey, we got a ping at this residence with this, email address. We're writing a warrant. Get your team ready. We're going to make an arrest. Okay. And by the way, I don't think they probably told the sheriff about that. Just my opinion.
Okay.
That whole thing could have gone down and the sheriff found out about it. And
Maybe.
he went, what do you mean you guys hooked somebody up in LA? Well, yeah, we did that because guess what? That guy is now being prosecuted in the federal courts, not the state court. They're not turning that guy over to the sheriff who interjected himself in their case because it's over the line. But what are they doing? They're purposely bringing him back to Tucson, and he had a hearing today in federal court in Tucson. Why didn't they
Yeah.
just leave him in LA? Because that's a poke in the eyes to the sheriff.
Well, he had an initial appearance. So I've worked in the federal system and spent a lot of time in federal court. So the Marshal's Service has an obligation to try and get a defendant into the district in which they are charged as soon as possible. Now, there is a system in place to where if you're arrested in Tucson, or I'm sorry, if you're arrested in Los Angeles, but it's out of the District of Arizona, then they can do an initial appearance in Los Angeles, but then the Marshal Service would routinely bring them back here.
Right.
And so I get your point. Who knows whether, that was a poke in the eye to the sheriff or.
And by the way, right, for the record, Bobby, right? I don't even know the guy. I don't even know the sheriff. You know what I want the sheriff to do? I want the sheriff to win in this one. I don't care what his past is right now. I want him to win in this one. I want the SAC to win in this one. I want Patel to win in this one. I don't care who wins. I want Miss Nancy to be the winner. That's my thought process in this whole thing, to even, to agree to disagree, for things, right? I mean, we want this professionally to put it out there and say, well, you know what? In our experience, we've seen this happen before, and this shouldn't be happening in this case. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I always say, we're at a place in this country where we're seeing either red or blue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we can't even see that we're all Americans and that we have this poor 84-year-old woman out there somewhere. And we have the red and the blue fighting behind the scenes. That's what's happening here. I mean, let's be honest about it. That's what's happening here. And I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. I'm sick of listening to people who have million people platforms say, yeah, that sheriff, he's got a history with this or that or whatever. Okay, fine. What does that have to do right now with Nancy Guthrie? What does it have to do with her disappearance? Somebody help me.
When I was growing up in law enforcement, we didn't even consider politics.
None of us
of our colleagues or within law enforcement. It wasn't a discussion, a consideration at all. So I take your point. Not to change the subject, but let me just say something about Gary's thesis that this is likely a group of people. First of all, I agree with that because for a number of reasons, but the most prevalent reason I think that is this guy on video could not have done it. Not one person could have done all this alone, I don't think. Not carry out a 150-pound body, not if there is staging, not stage the crime scene, not done all this planning, not sauntered up to the front door the way we saw and etc.
That guy couldn't make toast.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, exactly. So, and this is not political, but the current FBI director said on Hannity's show 2 nights ago, I think it was 2 nights ago, but it was this week, that we're going to see arrests in this case very soon. Now I'm paraphrasing, that isn't exactly what he said, but it was something like that. So it was plural suspects, plural defendants being arrested. That's what he told Hannity, Hannity on his show. So, as we've talked off camera, I'm convinced that this is a group of people that concocted this abduction, and there's a conspiracy here, obviously. So it's going to be, who knows, 2, 3, 4, 5, we don't know, 6, who knows.
You know, here, right here is the perfect example. Okay. I have an opinion, but apparently my opinion doesn't count. That's what's happening in this country. And now think about the repercussions of that. Okay. I mean, let's really think about this as Americans. Okay. God doesn't see in color. Neither should we. Okay. And by the way, that blood on the porch that belongs to Nancy Guthrie, I want to remind everybody, is the same color that would be ours. Okay? It's not a red or blue thing in this case, or any case when we're talking about the seriousness of what we're talking about. And for all these other pundits and all these other people weighing in, you know, that the sheriff should be, you know, resign and tore up and all this other stuff. Really? You want this guy to resign right now? You want him to shut this whole thing down on his side? Is that what you want? Then guess what? You need to look in the mirror, and you need to take a hard look in the mirror. And I want you to see, hold up a picture of Nancy Guthrie behind you, because that's the reflection that you should be seeing. Don't look at yourself. Look at Nancy Guthrie. Okay. And for all of these pundits that are out there just throwing this around, and by the way, I'm an independent. I have been my whole life. I don't vote red and I don't vote blue. Okay. But this whole thing, we're proving a point tonight that this whole thing has become off the rails and politics is in play here. That's what's happening here. And this is no time professionally for either the SAC, the FBI, or the sheriff to play games. It shouldn't be happening. Okay. And because if they wake up tomorrow, is it going to be the first one to the body? Is that how this is going to play out before the world and the nation, that we have sunk that low as a country that the professional law enforcement can't even get it done on the ground? You know, I watched some of the hearings today with the AG out of Minneapolis. Okay. It's like watching World Wrestling Federation and MMA. Not a single thing got resolved. Not a single thing. And that's what's wrong with the country. We're polarized as a country. Instead of saying, you know what? I could be wrong. You could be right. Let's look for a compromise and figure this out. Okay? Because you know who's suffering right now is the Nancys of this world, is the Lake and Rileys of this world, is all the victims that we've stand over. How many times have you stood over a transgender, Bobby? Did you care? Honestly, no.
Yeah.
No, meaning did you
I cared for their well-being, of course.
That's the point.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that right? But I know Mike's
absolutely.
the same way, and I know Gary's the same way. We don't have a dog in this fight in law enforcement. And all that stuff up here has now gotten down to a place where people are arguing over Nancy, this 84-year-old woman. I'm glad that that this is being exposed in such a national level, but it's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is not a political game. We're talking about real people here. You've got these, letters coming in, and all of a sudden it's entertainment. We got a letter here. Okay. Well, why don't you take that letter and send it to the FBI? Don't read it. Remember, BTK sent letters to news stations, and they put their fingerprints all over it and their DNA. Okay. And they kept getting more. Okay. They kept getting more. These aren't games. These are people's lives out here. And if we can't see that, then you know what? We've broken the biggest commandment: love thy neighbor as thyself. We have to figure this out, whatever that means. Whatever that means. And I'm glad I have this platform, because I'm sure 1,000 people are going to hammer me in the comments. Okay. I'm good with that. Because the only one that counts here is Nancy Guthrie. That's it. I don't count. I'm a homicide guy working with the Cold Case Foundation, and I'm helping other families too. Okay. But I'm not the show here. I'm trying to help other people tap it down a little. Okay. Tap it down. The feds are doing a good job, and so is the sheriff. And after it's all over, they'll sort it out, and maybe we'll put gloves on them and we'll pay for a ticket to watch them, pound on each other. Okay. But it's really gone so far out. It's almost like this country is becoming lawless. And that's a very difficult place to be in a country, because we've erased the line in the middle of the road, and two cars are colliding and nobody's able to say that guy was at fault because he crossed the line. Right now in our society, the temperature of this society is we have erased the line of law and order. That's a dangerous place to be, because they were in that place in 1933 to 1939. And I grew up with a father who fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and he's buried in Arlington National Cemetery. I've seen the results of a father who came back and fought that ideology. I saw it in my own life. And guess what? We're going backwards. We're not going forwards as a country. And the people like Miss Nancy are suffering because somebody has an opinion about politics. Really? I have an opinion, and it counts. And I stand by it.
Yeah, there's no place for politics in this situation at all.
Gary, you're too quiet.
Well, this is an area I think it's best for me to kind of stay out of. But I think that the tragedy of all of this is that in the middle of it is this poor woman who is all that matters. And I think that I just think we have to sort of pause a minute and put our attention back on this. Whatever went on here in this situation, there is so much heartbreak already, and God knows what's going to happen, in terms of a healing process or moving. I mean, just as an example, let's say this poor woman survives. She's alive, 84 years old, has been held for all these days. Will she ever be the same? If she's deceased, think about what this family is going to feel. If it turns out that someone who had some association with the family or her did this, imagine how that's going to affect people's trust and ability to, believe that people who they say that they are, and all of that. So, I mean, there's just the damage that's been done by this is so unbelievable. And for what? For what? That's the thing I keep thinking about, is whatever this was about was probably in total disproportion to the value of this woman's life and all of this damage that it caused. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've dealt with victims of crime for my whole career. And these people are never going to be the same. Never. So I just want to take a kind of victim and trauma-based kind of focus for a moment and remember that. And because while everybody else is kind of, in the law enforcement stuff, but they're seeing this as, this is a homicide or a kidnapping that has to be solved. It's one or the other. It's got to be solved. But in the middle of it, this poor woman, I mean, this is a human being. And wouldn't you all echo that, what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100%.
And by the way, I just did a Google search about Pima County.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Look what just came up.
What?
Nancy Guthrie, body found in a vehicle. Authorities are investigating a body found inside a burning vehicle. South Tucson homicide.
Fascinating.
Domestic homicide. Border Patrol, Pima County incident. Shooting involving a Border Patrol agent occurred, Pima County, that one's late January. Okay. These are just the incidents that are going on real time right now.
Well, Pima County's, I looked it up, and they're having a little bit of a surge in homicides.
Okay, but
No, what I'm saying is that it's not like a crime-free zone. I
right.
mean, they're experiencing
But
a lot.
here we are telling the sheriff to resign.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sad for that.
This guy's sitting at his desk going, okay, well, from which of the 5 dead bodies you want me to resign from? Which one? Oh, just this one? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to resign. Because why? Because the FBI said I should. Because these pundits who the FBI is leaking to, okay, said I should. Because somebody behind a microphone like me, okay, which is nothing. I'm dirt, organized matter, according to God. And one day, I guess I'm going to be dirt again, kind of like all of us. Okay. But at this guy, you know, he's shuffling all of these balls. Okay. And you know what? Who swoops in? Here we are. Okay. We're here, you know, nothing to see here. Move along. Let's just let's, and I'm talking to the, you know, to my audience, all our audience. Let's what Gary just said. Let's just stay focused on her, period. And all the other stuff will fall into place. And at some point, there was a guy out in front of the sheriff's department today dressed up like a clown. Okay. He was on the news, on the Arizona news, and he was holding a sign, "Sheriff, you need to resign now." But you see, that's my point earlier going, what's going on with us?
Yeah, no, I know. And then Chris, the other thing is this, because somebody asked in the audience way back, something like, you know, what is like the one thing that you think we really need to know? I don't remember what the question was to sort of solve it. And I think it's a great question for all of us to answer, to be honest. You know, what from our respective backgrounds do we think is like the key to this? And I think for me, from a psychological perspective, I think the key to this is the dynamics between the people that are potentially involved. Because as I said the other day, we have absolutely no idea beyond this kind of caricature of an elderly woman who was by all accounts beloved, right? Anything about her and her dynamics with the potential, with the principals that may be involved, or anybody that might be around her, or what she was like in the neighborhood, or if people had grudges against her, or if she had, what kind of money she had, why anybody might have targeted her. We have no idea. And that has, in a way, also kind of dehumanized her, because she's become just a kind of a caricature. And I think I was really pleased to see the video. I think it was yesterday, the video that showed her as a younger woman with the kids. And did you guys see that video? I
Yes.
liked that because it was the first time that I could glimpse some little whiff of the dynamics of the family, for example, and what people were like as children, and what she looked like as a mother, and what, you know, where's, you know, is the father there, you know, how are the kids seated, how are they, all of these things are very interesting and important. And I want to understand those dynamics. And because I think until we understand that, I mean, it doesn't become possible to even begin. I don't just mean in the family, I mean anyone who knew her. It doesn't become possible to really comprehend why anybody would do this. And I think once we know that, again, we'll have a piece of yarn to tug at. I mean, don't you guys feel that we're like totally in the dark about these dynamics? I know nothing, not a whiff, not a jot. I mean, what do you guys think about the point I'm making? And what is your answer to the question of what's the key that you think we're missing from your perspective? Because it's a great question.
Well, are you asking me?
I mean, each of you, the person is basically asking each of us, but that's my answer to the one thing I'd most want to know to unravel this. But what do you guys think?
I mean, I've been involved in hundreds of cases, hundreds.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like this.
right. But what would help you unravel it? Like, what if you had your wish and there was one thing you could know?
Just do what we've been talking about, is just stay at the house. Stay at the house until we're able to take everybody out of the circle. It's going to be something or somebody that had an association with that home that crossed her path at some point, or let's hypothesize, let's say it's a service person, okay, that maybe has an employee that's worked at that house before. Somebody has had an association with Miss Nancy. There's no question about it in my mind. And I think the statistics back it up. And I think because there's so much confusion in this thing, that backs it up. Okay,
Yes.
this is not a high risk victim. This is not some hooker at 3:00 in the morning downtown Phoenix. Period. This is an 84-year-old woman sound asleep in her bed in her home and some guy on her front porch. This guy did not arbitrarily pick that house that night and say, I wonder if there's an 84-year-old woman in here that I've got my bag here, I've got my gun here, I've got all this dressing on here, that I wonder if she's in there so that I can kidnap her for Bitcoin.
No, I agree 100%. And I think what we have to add to the picture is whoever did this had one of two things going on emotionally. Either this was so practical in the person's mind that they were the equivalent of they saw themselves almost like the way a hitman operates. It's not personal. It's just business. I quickly dispatch an individual and get what I want. They're out of the way now, right? Or this person, for whatever reason, hated this woman's guts, because there's something about this story that suggests a total lack of humanity toward this individual. I mean, do you realize what it would take to know in life, even briefly, an 84-year-old woman on a walking device, right, on a cane or whatever, who could barely get 50 yards, a church-going grandmother and whatever, and do this to her? I mean, it's an unbelievable thing. And so you have to imagine a person who can just shut off the emotion. And for example, the person in that video was incredibly callous.
Well, Gary, that's why I get so passionate.
Yeah, totally.
It is, because we've all been there. We've all been there.
Right.
Right. And that's why, this is not rocket science, this case, in my opinion. This is a very easy case to solve. That's just my personal opinion. I had a 90% solvability rate of the cases that I worked. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good solvability rate.
Oh yeah.
In fact, you see, I've got awards over here for that solvability rate. I've got one award over here that said, hey, you worked 25 murders in 1 year.
Right.
And guess what? I solved all 25 of them. Right over here. It's right behind me. I'll hold it up for the audience if they don't believe me, but that doesn't matter. This is not a complicated case. This is an 84-year-old woman in the house, sound asleep in her bed at 2:00 in the morning.
Right.
She
pretty cowardly too, isn't it?
Well, I mean, when I say 2:00 in the morning, it means according to the timeline based on what the authorities have given us, she disappears. The watch disconnects. Okay. Meaning she's separated from that watch somewhere. Okay. So now we have to say, okay, we got a video of a guy coming to the front porch with a gun.
Mm-hmm.
We got a video of that same guy having a backpack on, which, by the way, was $10.88 at Walmart. This guy is so complicated. He's bought a $10.88 backpack from Walmart. Okay. And in that backpack, we don't know what's in that backpack. Is it zip ties? Is it tarps? Is it all kinds of stuff? We don't even know what his motive is yet. Is he coming there because he's, interested in SA? I don't know. I don't know that yet. Is it a family member? Is it, who is it? I don't know yet. But it's not going to be hard to figure out, because whatever comes in leaves a trail of evidence, and whatever leaves goes with him. But what we do know is somehow this guy got this woman out of that house and thrown into a vehicle somewhere. So now, thinking critically, she becomes a management problem. And by the way, 39 minutes in the house, is he saying to her, get your shoes, get your pajamas, get your clothing, get everything you're going to need because we're taking you hostage. Do you have medication? Yeah. Get your medication. You're going to need all. Do you really think that guy is sitting there having that conversation with her when this is the same guy that put a piece of, shrubbery over his critical thinking skills and solving skills don't even exist.
Yeah, but I also think that there are elements here that are suggestive of a person who lacks a moral compass and who doesn't get anxious under stress. I don't know that, but it's interesting to think about that because this is a fearless kind of person who did a stupid thing that wasn't very well thought out. It was impulsive in some ways. And a lot of this is suggestive of a person who didn't imagine the feelings of an 84-year-old woman and what would probably happen when you were taking her.
What they don't care.
Just a kind of lack of empathy and imagination about other people's feelings that, like, you see in sociopathic people or people who have done this so many times. It's like, opening a can of soup.
Right.
They
But do you go from zero to right? Do you go from 0 to 60? First of all, he had to know she was there. Everybody, right?
Yeah.
Even the chat. You guys agree? She had to know, this suspect had to know she was in that house, or did he get lucky? And he just happened to have his kit ready and the car to transport her out of there.
Oh, definitely. There would have been a vehicle there for the purpose of taking.
Or is he lucky?
Yeah.
That he goes to the door and then he gets into the house and well, look at here. I got an 84-year-old woman. I might as well kidnap her while I'm here.
No, because he had all the equipment with him that would be necessary.
I see Mike going, yeah, sure. Okay.
The bag of stuff.
Let's play this out, critically thinking, right? Okay. Oh, look at it. Holy cow. Look. Who are you? Oh, you don't know me? I'm Savannah Guthrie's mom. Well, okay. And we presuppose now he knows her. Okay. The same guy that put the brush over the doorbell.
Right.
Well, I'm very familiar with Savannah. In fact, I'm so sophisticated and I'm going to get away with this because I have a grudge with her. I'm going to cover the doorbell with a bunch of trees, a bunch of leaves out front. Okay. No, I'm not going down that road. And by the way, I carry my gun right here the way I do with the wrong holster. And I have a $10.88 backpack on me. Okay. Really? Okay. So that tells us that the sophistication level of this guy is 0. And then he's going to communicate with the 2 local stations in Tucson. That tells us, well, the guy lives here somewhere. It's not far. Let's find that car. Let's get that DNA. He's probably in CODIS somewhere, some knucklehead. Okay. And so now the question comes in, and I don't want to be cold, but I want to be practical. I'm praying that she's alive. It won't surprise me if she's not, because we had indications of that the other day when they were looking for a body. They weren't looking for her alive, not in the septic system anyway, or cistern, whatever people called it online. I mean, you don't go in the septic system and say, hey, are you in there? Unless it's a cat that's fallen in the gutter and he's down there. You look in there. Yeah, he's still there. Okay, let's get him.
Where they're searching, Chris, doesn't it suggest that they're at least entertaining the hypothesis that if she is deceased, that she was left somewhere in the desert area?
It's a body dump.
Right. Because it looks like from the searching that's what they're wondering. And also, didn't they find gloves in the desert area? Or am I remembering incorrectly?
No, along the roadway.
Oh, was it the roadway near the desert area?
Yeah.
Because I somehow linked the desert and the gloves in my mind, because that's a sort of would be the easiest, most expeditious way, unfortunately, to eliminate somebody in a desert area. And we know from many offenders would be a dump I hate that word because it sounds so gruesome, but the dump of remains in that area, because nature will assist in the elimination of evidence, unfortunately. But I think what they do in those cases, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys would know, they do drone footage, right, to look for like inconsistencies in the soil or the sand or bumps or things like that, or animal activity. Is that correct? What they would be doing? Because they're not going
Yes.
to home every inch of a desert area. She could be anywhere if she's in the desert area, deceased. Absolutely anywhere. But you would see.
Harry, do I have a weird habit of changing?
I don't see
So
that.
you're correct. You're a forensic psychologist. Evaluate me. On
No,
the
I've never. I'm not
I'm
exactly
just
sure what the. Although you did just change the subject, but not for that reason.
Yeah.
I don't see you that way. No. I sorry. No. But Chris, you would also see evidence of a vehicle having driven across the sand or whatever to that place, right? I mean, you're not going to carry a person all the way out into the. Are you?
That's
I mean,
the crazy thing about murderers, potentially.
the weirdest things, right?
You know, you just don't know. You don't know until you sit down and you say, and Bob, Mike, I mean, jump in here at any time. You just don't know what they're going to tell you. Okay. I mean, I can go case after case after case and say, I thought it was that way. And guess what? And you get in there and the suspect looks at you and go, you got it all wrong, dude. Okay. What do you mean I got it wrong? Fix me. Make it right.
Right.
Well, we could have it all wrong in this case, but I don't think so. I think
I think we're on. I think we're smelling out.
we're on the right track for sure. Yeah.
I agree with that 1,000%. Okay.
Right. Well, Ann Burgess and I and Victor Petreca did a paper. We did some what people have called. I'm not saying this, but people have called groundbreaking work, looking at cases that involve. Now, I don't want to be gruesome, so I'm going to be sensitive here. That involve the either mutilation or dismemberment of bodies after homicide and why people do them, right? And I don't know how else to say that more sensitively. And what we found was that when people do that, it is generally to eliminate evidence. And in cases such as this, if God forbid something happened to her, what you can anticipate in the type of offender that you're envisioning would be some attempt to eliminate the remains. That unfortunately would not be a pretty situation. In some cases, there's just a burial of a person, but I think with what we're seeing here, you'd expect something a little bit more like making an attempt to eliminate remains. And I've seen in my research everything from using fire to leaving somebody in the elements to other kinds of things. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I was, just as a simple aside, I read in the paper that one of the things that has everybody kind of jumping that came out of these, and I don't want to go down this path, but I think it's very interesting, that came out of these Epstein files, is that on the day an FBI investigation was initiated, 300 gallons of sulfuric acid were purchased by Epstein. What on earth do you do with 300, I think it was 300 gallons of sulfuric acid if it's not getting rid of bodies? So it's like, there are things like that offenders do and some of them are very, very gruesome and some of them are very creative, but there are ways to do this. And what I'm worried about is, and I don't want to be disturbing here, but the problem is if no remains are found, you could lose your case. That's
there's over, I think, like 2,000, or it's either 2,000 or 4,000 bodies in Pima County in the desert that they found over the years. And and by the way, I trained through the Cold Case Foundation. It was a class. It was called Cold Case Homicide.
Right.
I trained 2 detectives from Tucson PD. Do you know how many cold cases they have right now?
Right. How many?
400.
Ooh.
That's rough. Well, with the desert area and everything like that, God only knows.
What? They're all out in the desert.
That's a big problem. And
all out in the desert and animal, et cetera. You know what? The first thing I thought the other night when all the journalists were there the second or third night, those of you who watched all the live streams, all of us, right?
Right.
With all the live stream stuff. Did you hear all the coyotes?
I
neighborhood going crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. My first vision was, they found the body.
It's so sad to think
and
about.
They're fighting.
We have to be realistic.
And all of Brian Enton, who was live, says, "Oh my gosh, I've never heard anything like this in the world. This is crazy."
Scary.
Okay? And then the other night I talked about coyote behavior where one of them pretends it's injured and they scream and they shout and they lure the victim to it. Okay. And next thing you know, the pack attacks them and tears them apart. Okay. You get that sound when that happens. And you also get that sound when they find food, and it's a pack mentality and everybody gets in there to do their thing. Okay.
Right. It's
So-
a scary sound. I've heard it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it freaks you out. You know, I had
But you also have to,
Yeah.
that Mother Nature is pretty amazing that they have adapted their skill set to one of the animals in the pack says, okay, tonight I'm going to be the injured guy. And they sit there and they howl, and they make all the noise, and all the other predators
so
go, oh, food. I'm head that way. And as soon as that other predator comes in, it's just like the human condition.
right.
We get one person that, is injured, or, they're perceived injured, and the other predators jump on them a lot.
That's a very
Okay.
interesting metaphor.
And I mean, it's coyote behavior.
Right.
Okay.
But it happens in humans in a way.
And
And-
then the rest of the pack attacks. And that's our society right now in a nutshell. If you look at somebody wrong, okay, you get a microaggression, you look at them wrong and they go, oh, and next thing you know it, the pack says, okay, there's an injury over here. We got him. Let's go. And it's a pack mentality. Okay. And that's, okay.
Well,
But I'm old school.
but I want to ask Bob.
Doesn't bother me, by the way.
I want to ask Bob and Mike.
Like a baby tonight, because God knows my heart. That's all that counts.
Yeah, well, true. But Bob and Mike, so I wanted to ask you. So first of all, do you agree that if, God forbid, this woman is deceased, that whoever did this likely would have made some effort to eliminate the remains? And number two, do you think that if no body is found, if God forbid she is deceased, that this could seriously impede bringing charges in this case? I'm curious what you think, because I'm very worried
I'll
about
let
that.
Mike answer.
It's like the Stalin line, no body, no problem. I quoted.
Right.
So
So
what do
I
you,
think it's very difficult to
Right.
charge somebody for the body's not found, because then you don't have any other evidence. At least right now, to what we know of, there's no other evidence.
I'm really worried about it.
Yeah, and would they try and do something to the body to cover it up? I mean, yeah, animals can take care of some things, but it doesn't disappear.
No, but
there'll still be
whoever did this seemed like the type that would try to.
some would be covered up, and I still don't think. I don't think it's the guy that we saw on the porch with the ski mask. And I don't think the person acted alone. I don't think she was taken from the house. I don't think she ever made it home, because I say that going back to what we've talked about so many times, that the first 12, 24 hours, the patrol deputy was handling it as a missing person. So there's nothing's disheveled in the house. The bed's not torn apart. There's not blood splattered everywhere that we know of. They're handling it as a missing person. They got bloodhounds out from the CBP. I believe their canines came out to do some tracing of scent, looking and handling it as a missing person. Homicide didn't get called, didn't come out. And trust me, as a patrol deputy, you're gonna push it up to your sergeant, and you're gonna want to get it over to homicide as soon as you can, because you don't want the paperwork. Because if homicide takes over, you got a 2-line report saying, I came and I locked it down until homicide relieved me.
Mhm.
And that's all your paperwork is.
But right.
And so I don't think she was not taken from the house.
But
And
did
I-
either of you guys, or Chris also, did you ever have a case you investigated where every fiber of your being told you that this was the person who did it, but you couldn't charge because you couldn't find a body?
You mean that you couldn't find the body?
Yeah, there was no body. You
There's
just
no-
knew the person was likely
I
deceased.
had Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob. Yeah. I'm curious.
I can't think of a case that fit that metric exactly, but let me just comment on your question because I didn't get a chance to weigh in on that. So
Yeah, it's sort of related.
I think it's possible that if she is deceased, that they have disposed of the body in some fashion. But I also think it's possible, especially if this is a conspiracy of a number of people, that they could have taken the body to Mexico for all we know. Now, I don't know what the border is like down at Nogales there, but that would be, I think, the closest port of entry into Mexico would be Nogales. I know it has a reputation for being a lawless town. So I don't know, if they would have an avenue to get in there, is my point. But Mexico is right there, so I don't think we could discount that. But I think more than likely, it would be a body dump, probably out in the desert, and or a stolen vehicle, and she's left in a vehicle somewhere.
Oh,
So that's what I think.
the poor woman deserves so much.
Well, because that's high desert. All
Right.
that area is high desert.
Yeah.
And if you go south, you're 30 minutes or 60 minutes to the border, maybe an hour and a half at the most. If you go north, you go up into the White Mountains, where you have the Navajo and Apache reservations, which are just desolate area in of itself. So the suspect has options, okay? But typically in a situation like that, if they brought a car, okay, that puts your range of motion in all kinds of directions. And that's why the flock cameras, I think, are going to be really important here. I think they're looking for a certain type of car. I would put money on it by this point that digital footprints come back. Okay. And by the way, what people should know about, when you go into a particular area, your phone receives things. And it doesn't matter if you're on it, off it, as long as the moment it pings the tower pings something else and sends back data. Both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that data is dormant on that phone until it gets to a certain area where people have paid. Okay. And they're called advertising tags. And once you get into that area, ever notice how you get a ad when you're driving by In-N-Out Burger and you just happen to be on your phone and all of a sudden it pops up? Hey, this is what everybody's eating at In-N-Out Burger. Okay. Those tags are paid for by companies. And then they're sent to phones when you go through certain geographic areas. How do I know that? My brother's was he was the director at Google. He's a doctor of advertising science, and he's now a professor at SMU, and he's been there for years. But he ran that department for Google.
So he could have helped with the retrieval of the Nest camera video, right?
He's that kind of guy. By the way, he's running for a state seat in Texas. And his name is Timothy McDonough. You can look him up. He's got a campaign going right now for a House seat in the state of Texas.
I was joking about.
No, I know. I love you. But you see, that's a whole different lane. And again, I just opened up a window that nobody understood or nobody knew. Okay. And this is how interesting things are about our different lives. And this is what the suspect also has tucked away in his life. So I don't think she's far, because she now becomes a maintenance problem. Not to be told, but that's That's it. Vote Timmy. That's him. That's it. That's his motto. Actually, that you can look him up, Tim McDonough. You can go online and look at, and you'll see his campaign. Okay. And by the way, I'm an independent for the record. Again, okay, I'm not red or blue. He's red. I'm not red. I'm not blue. I'm right down the middle. It's just how I've always been all my life. But he is definitely a conservative. My sister lives in Sausalito, California. She is ultra liberal. Guarantee it. She is, if you put a color on her, it's dark blue. So I've got them both in both sides of my family. Okay, I talk to my sister, she hates guns. I talk to my brother, he loves guns. Talk to me, I've never put a gun in jail. Okay, let's do the super chats. Okay, let's do the super chats. My sweetheart just walked in and goes, no. Just do the super chats. Hey, Gary, did you find him? Are you looking him up? I know you.
I did.
Okay. Is he running?
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I just looked him up. I haven't started to read yet.
Yeah.
I just hit search.
Do you see his platform? You see his game? That's my brother. Okay. And if you read his bio, you'll see that this guy has done a lot of different things.
Well, you have an amazing family story, Chris.
Well, but you see, I don't go around and say, because I'm just dirt. I recognize that. The Lord recognizes that about me. I've been through enough experiences. Trust me, when you lose a son who's 20 years old and you think you understand pain, you don't understand pain. And that's why I'm so passionate sometimes about the victims gets lost in all this other crap that goes on behind the scenes.
That's what I was saying. I think that has to be the heart of this conversation.
And that's what drives me, though. And I get the fact that people can insult me. I don't care. I care less. I've lost a 20-year-old son 21 years ago. Nothing they say can affect me. Nothing.
And your other son, you have another son. I know you have another one, but your son Ian is a hero.
My son is the chairman of the economics department at UNLV. You guys can look him up too.
But it's a hero of a mass shipping incident.
And I have a son who is going to become an airline pilot here. He's in his third year. Okay.
Yeah.
And guess what? No other success can compensate for failure in the home. Period.
True.
None. Mike has amazing children. I trust me. I've met Mike. I know Mike. I know Bob. These guys here above me are salt of the earth. Okay. And like you, Gary, you're the same way. I know your background. Okay. You're the salt of the earth. Okay. But guess what? That doesn't, and I guess maybe this is something else to think about. Okay. There are a lot of people on YouTube who say they were investigators and say that they've done a lot of things. Okay. Here is a door that I'm going to open for everybody. They're not. They've never done it, and they've never been down that lane. But they play a heart surgeon on YouTube, okay? And they weigh in all the time. They've never been down the lane, but they've been homicide detectives or this or that. Okay, fine. No, you haven't. Everybody knows it in today's world. Let's just be real. Have a reality check. You have 5,000 retired cops out there who have opened up YouTube channels, and now everybody has investigated homicides. No, they haven't. I didn't investigate terrorism. Mike did. I wasn't an undersheriff. Bob was. Okay. I have my lanes that I was in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But setting that aside, when you look at the pain of somebody who, while working homicide, and you think, oh my gosh, I don't know what it feels like. And then your child dies and you stand with your dead child. Mm-hmm. That is a depth of pain that teaches empathy the way God sees people. And when you understand that principle,
right,
you understand Nancy.
Right.
I don't care about trolls. Okay. I don't care about the sheriff. I don't care about the FBI. I want them to be more professional because that lady deserves it. Period. End of story. And if you don't want to watch my channel, go somewhere else. There are 1 billion videos a day uploaded on YouTube. 1 billion. When you leave, 500 more will come. Trust me. It's
Right.
not about anything other than I am victim focused and I have a clarity of focus.
Absolutely. And I think what you're touching on, I think, just to sort of drive our point home is that, because it's so important, is that one of the problems in the contemporary culture is that true crime as a genre has made us forget that these are not crime shows. These are actually people.
Mhm.
And what happens is we think of this like we're watching, Murder, She Wrote. The reality is that these are actual human beings. And I think that boundary gets lost in a really sick way, actually. I also think there are some people who are interested in true crime because they've been affected by it.
I
And
know
want to
that.
understand how to not
Mhm.
be targeted or be safe or whatever. Absolutely true. But I think that there are some people for whom it is a perverse form of entertainment. And it is important to pause and just kind of go like, at the end of the day, there's a woman, who's gone and a family around her that when all is said and done and the cameras are off, may be dealing with the empty chair at Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? And I've been there. I know that feeling. It's no joke. It is the empty chair is no joke. And that's what it's about.
And there are people
I
torturing
appreciate
that.
what you're
There are
saying. I
people who
really
are torturing Nancy's family right now.
Oh, forget about it. Chris, remember when we had on Kaylee Gonzalez's
Yeah.
parents in the Kohlberger case,
Yeah.
and the way that they were talking about the things that happened to them? I mean, people just coming up to them and showing up and asking outrageous things and saying accusatory things and all these weird, it's we don't understand that. I mean, I do only in the sense of having talked to victims and you guys in the same way, but to really get it is, so I think that if that's what's underneath the outrage that people are feeling about this whole thing with the way this was handled or whatever, I think it's a good point. Because we could, but I also think that I would like to think that these professionals haven't lost sight of that. It's just that, in the procedural stuff, things get lost. But I think they know that. And and my heart breaks for the family. It really does. Was there another video put out, by the way, since the one with the pictures from childhood? Which, by the way, might be nice to show, to be honest, because it was very powerful.
Yeah, I think supposedly Nancy Savannah put that together.
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was. I
her
saw
feeling
it.
for her mother is clear.
Mhm.
And do you have it, Chris, to show it?
I
That'd be a
don't
good
have it
note to
tonight.
go out
No,
on, but you want me to see if I have the link to it?
no, I can find it. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I think it's a good way to sort of bring it to home, in the sense of putting the focus back where it goes,
Can,
because
can,
a lot of
can-
characters are kind of becoming the center of attention in this story, and it's not necessary.
yeah, and everybody, there's almost like 60 super chats here or questions. I don't think we can
we
get
gotta
to all. I don't. We're not going to be able to get to all of them. But I will tell you this: I thank you so much for everything that you guys have put in these questions. Some of it's about the sheriff. I'm reading them, etc. Let's see here.
Let's see if I can find
Can
it.
the sheriff? It's again going back to the sheriff and the FBI fight. A lot of these comments up here, are about that.
Hmm.
And we don't want to digress there because I've already been there.
Yeah, we hashed that out, and
yeah, we hammered it. Let's see. Here's a good one. Last note for Bitcoin was for getting Nancy back. Now it's spew in the kidnapper croc. Now there you go. See, I mean, we went from Nancy to the sheriff in that comment. It's a great comment. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. After the few updates I've heard throughout the day, I was hoping to be here tonight. I admire all you guys, past, work, present, come. Thank you, Karen, for keeping them in line. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I married so far up. I don't know why God put her in my life. I don't deserve her sometimes. Let's see here. Bob reminds me of Virgil Earp, Sam Elliott from the movie Tombstone. Such a gem to have on your show. I bet he was one hell of a detective. Yes, he was. But more importantly, he was one heck of a motor officer. That's the other part of Bob that you don't know. Should have seen him in his boots, ladies.
It's better than what I got the other day.
Should have seen him in his boots. Why not Dave?
Somebody
Why
wrote
have
a video.
more footage? Why the tent today?
What?
Yeah, the tent was probably put up to. We talked about that. Hopefully, earlier you caught that, Katie. But that the floor mat, they probably were grabbing that. They were probably reviewing the video while standing there and shooting for measurements and stuff, trying to get the height of the suspect. That's probably what was going on behind that.
I think they said it was between 5'9" and 5'10", right?
Yeah, you have to be careful with that because he had a lean to the left.
He had a really characteristic way of moving. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I could see a person I know my whole life wearing that outfit, and I would know who it was just from the way they. If you got like my brother or my mom or somebody said, "Put that outfit on," I could tell just from the walk.
Campbell,
I know who that
thank you. Does the blue door go into the garage? We think so. Yeah, we think that's the side door to the garage. Great catch. Retired LE, thank you so much, Victoria, for your service. We're grateful. Member 5 months. Time for us dinosaurs to go to the scene. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, Mongoose. Is there confirmation of her hearing aid found? Thank you for all your amazing panel. You know what? I've not heard that. Anybody else heard that?
No.
I haven't heard that.
Okay. How does chain of custody work when sending evidence across the country?
Good question.
Yeah.
FedEx gives you a number to track.
Yep.
There you go. Okay. This one here. Smart app can open garage 10 feet or 200 or 2,000 miles away. That's the Q app, right? That we were talking about?
Yes.
I'm assuming every garage door manufacturer has their own app.
Yeah, I think the MyQ is connected with Amazon and Ring. I think Amazon. Well, I'm not sure if they own Ring, but they're affiliated.
Deb says Sil walked her in, left back unlocked. Okay, interesting concept. There are 2 of those. Thank you, Deb. The real question is, what time did the friends call Annie about missing church? This is a great comment as well. The New York City service aired at 10:30 a.m. local time, which is 7:30 Arizona. Ooh. That is a piece of the timeline. If Elizabeth, I hope the authorities have verified that, because that is a very interesting point. If there is a 2-hour time difference, then that does change the conversation about what time the church lady called. I love this chat. I love how people think, critical thinkers. Can we even say amateur hour on day 12? Sure. Dr. Gary, is the difference between a violent offender and non-offender primarily about willpower and self-control? Aren't we all capable to do the most cruel things? You want to answer that, Gary?
Well, I mean, it would take a long time to answer that sufficiently, but I think it is true that within human capacity are a lot of really horrible things, but most of us
would have inhibitions and a moral compass that would make it extremely difficult to us to even conceive of doing a thing or acting on it. There are many, many offenders that do not have to be physically violent to do enormous damage. Some of the worst people I have ever met in my entire life didn't raise a hand to anybody, did damage psychologically, for example. If you haven't realized by now, I mean, words are often more painful than a cudgel. So there are some offenders that choose to manipulate, hurt people verbally, ruin lives, so forth. So I'm not so sure. There are different ways of being horrible to other people, but I do think that what you see more is that in disinhibited people, where there's impulse, you can be more physically aggressive in the moment. But don't, I don't think a generalization can be made about that. But it's an interesting point.
Top sidekick. And
yeah.
Okay. If I'm home alone, door cam notifies me of a person when I see a masked man. I'm calling the cops as soon as possible. Push SOS alert on my Apple Watch. Perp isn't bothered. I think he knows she won't call 911. Why sedate? Inside job. Awesome. And all those things that you just said, I agree. Keep doing them and call and just, follow your gut. You follow your gut. You're right. What was the point of taking an injured woman if proof of life would be unable to give a ransom?
It's a very important question.
Yes.
I think that question is more astute than a lot of people realize. It's a very clever question. What is the point? That's really what it comes down to. And that's why Chris, I think we have to entertain the hypothesis that it was an intended abduction that went south, and then they tried to get the money anyway. I mean, I think that's a reasonable hypothesis.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
So
as horrific as it would be, thank you, Maria Cian. I can't help but think that Annie and Tommaso had a hand in this. Don't they have children? Were they present for game night? Did they see one or both parents leave? Yeah, that's an interesting principle. We can't disagree with you. Okay, at this point, where everybody's on the table, as the sheriff says, everybody's on the table.
That is what they said, right? That was the verbiage.
Yep, that's what he said. Nobody's a suspect or person of interest. That means everybody's on the table. In my opinion, they must have something tying to Carlos to Nancy. A judge won't approve the warrant to search his house if there's no probable cause. Totally agree. But it could be as innocent as I am a DoorDash driver. That was my area. I had driven in there. They captured my digital footprint. I still have my phone on me. My phone is pinging during the surveillance, and the cops take him down thinking, okay, there's more to this guy. Then they talk to him, and he says, huh? I'm a DoorDash driver. Remember the DoorDash driver that delivered in the Koberger case? Their pings came up too. For a low light area of 2 a.m., the house on the hill was lit up, Xmas tree in the Nest cam, and also could Nancy try to escape out the front. Well, she's hurt trying to escape. So the answer is anything's possible, but she was very frail. She needed a cane. Hello from South O. Yo. Go Oceanside. Please help me make sense of two facts. One, he was unconcerned. Movement on camera would alert a phone like a family member. Two, he then stayed in the house for a long time, unworried someone was coming. Flora Paris 1. Thank you. Totally agree. That guy was just too casual. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that one?
He was definitely not looking scared in the way that the average person would be. It was like, most of us have a limbic system that gets activated when you're in a high stress situation. This person looked like, he was perusing, the antique shop, just totally
just doing his thing, chill, kind of lackadaisical. It looked like somebody who had a lack of normal emotional reaction to the reality of what was going on. Totally cool, collected, uncomfortable. And that's why I think whatever went on with the victim, this is not a person who I could picture acting scared or angry or whatever, but just being sort of monstrously detached and callous, which is awful to think about. But that's why, precisely why I keep saying, is the kind of person that if this victim is deceased, would be able to do things to eliminate the body that would seem inhumane to somebody who loved this person. I mean, it would be like it wouldn't even be like you were dealing with a human, right? It's just something in the way, and that's the kind of person you're dealing with. Monstrous, stupid, fortunately, but monstrous.
Okay.
But anyway, so proceeding from there. Go
No
ahead.
problem. I mean, we're up against 4 hours and 40 more questions.
How many more?
40.
Oh, we're not getting through 40
All right,
questions.
that's why quick answers, get in and get out.
Yeah.
Right? How do we know something nefarious didn't happen to Nancy while at Annie's, poisoning, drugging, etc.? We agree with you.
Yeah, we don't.
We agree with you. Oops, sorry. Let me get this one. She went home. Her blood wasn't on porch and ring video, so had to get there after the person of interest was there. Okay. Good observation. Chris and panel, another package was delivered to Nancy's house today. Wouldn't you take that into evidence and search it? She's not there to order anything. Yes. Great point. That's why I flagged it. Excellent point. Let's see here. Last note for Bitcoin was for getting Nancy back. Now it's okay, Croc Nanos should be fired. It's not about him. Hi, guys. Okay. Should it have been at least two people if a tip, if we're seeing two people together in another situation, they both look like door guy and trash can guy. Totally agree. Love your picture here. Your avatar, Charlie's Angels. Love it. Thank you. What if Nancy died at Annie's that night? They went to leave her phone. Later, they sent someone to leave a message on the camera to claim an abduction. Okay.
How would the blood have gotten there, Chris? What could you envision? I mean, that's the thing I get stuck on. Is you have to get pretty creative, and it looked realistically to Michael Baden like blood that naturally came from a person's face or hands.
Yeah, I don't think I got to be honest with you. I've never known any Emmy or anybody that said, "Yeah, that blood came from this part of the body."
Well, he is an eminent guy. I mean,
Yeah,
we have to take it seriously. He knows whereof he speaks.
Yeah, and Lee thought OJ was innocent. So let's keep it in perspective. Sometimes experts get it wrong. All of us can get it wrong. I mean, you had Dr. Lee testify for OJ. Are you kidding me? Who later on says, "Yeah, I did it."
That's true.
How does the sheriff withhold from the FBI get resolved? Great question. We don't know that yet. Is it possible the FBI can go to the judge and officially take over? No. Can't stand the sheriff. Yep.
Yeah, that's TV stuff. The FBI coming in and taking over a case. That just doesn't happen.
Sheriff treating the FBI like Delphi cops did caused the case to go cold and eventually get a conviction. I had many people questioning local LE defense attorneys about writing a play. Yep. They're all getting movies. If interested, nobody questions anonymous statements trashing local police when there's political incentives to do so. Okay. Hi, why would the perp take care of and keep Nancy alive this long if not benefiting them? It's not benefiting them anyway. It's only incriminating them further. Totally agree. I totally agree. Thank you for that great comment, and your donation is fantastic. How do you know the blood was from that night, not a priority injury? Totally agree with that one too. Check YouTube Practical Linguist. He has an interesting theory that it's a woman. Okay, thank you. Why wasn't the guy at the front door worried about noise or the light shining through the windows by the nest? He's very comfortable with this area, meaning he's either crossed paths or he's been there before. Whoever did it didn't know there were shrubs under the porch because they looked, then walked away from it. Okay.
And Chris, did you wonder at all? I'm just curious. Did you? And I know we got to go on, so I'm going to ask you very quickly.
Yeah.
Did you wonder if there was any possibility that he was signaling to someone else who was in the house through the glass?
Well, I saw him look at it. Looked like he was looking through the side panel.
Because
Or
I was
walk up to
wondering
him.
if there was a Confederate inside, and he's kind of going, I was just curious if you thought that, because
I don't think it was a signal.
Right.
I mentioned that last night that the guy, if there were two, maybe that guy came in through the back.
came
And
in one
maybe this
door.
guy was waiting for him to get to the front door, and all of a sudden he saw the camera light and went, "Oh crap! There's a light out here, a camera."
Right,
and
like
that's
go
why-
outside, take care of that.
Right,
That
so
kind
he wasn't thinking through it. That's just a possibility. I don't know.
Two people in the front seat of a vehicle, and she would go in the back, kind of.
Well,
image.
Well, again, you've got a management problem here with an 84-year-old woman, right? We play the scenarios out. One guy's inside of the house, maybe both of them. And scenario one, pull the car around. Okay, I'll meet you outside. Scenario two, the car's already in place. Let's go. Let's carry her out.
Right.
Scenario three, wait here. If it's one guy, I'll be right back. I got to pull the car around.
Yeah.
It's either door 1, 2, or 3.
Right. Yeah. No, it's just
Or scenario 4 is in the house.
Right.
You're out with me.
And who goes up on the roof?
Nobody.
Because there was a camera there too, right?
Yeah, but
it's ignored. Cameras ignored up there.
if these guys came through the roof, then that puts them at a different level.
No, but wasn't there a camera up there?
Yeah, there was a camera there. The cops recovered it.
But it
Why
wasn't
was out on
deactivated in any way.
We don't know yet. Yeah, great question. That's
Well, anyway, I was just curious because there are things that to me raise questions of whether there was at least two dopes there. But I mean, if she was deceased, for example, carrying her out, whatever. I mean, I'm just wondering.
Any of that is still
job,
in play. Absolutely, Gary.
Okay,
Why
well,
was APS at the house? That's a great question. That's protected by HIPAA. They'll have to get a search warrant for that. Unless there was criminal activity of some sort. Gentlemen, could Nancy be out of the country? I say that because Tommaso is from Italy and also Savannah was supposed to be hosting the Olympics. I don't know.
hard to see how that all would.
Yeah, how that's going to. Could all this Monday night quarterback mistakes completely ruin when this case goes to the court for prosecution? So said for getting justice. No, because then you'd have to shut down every single news service in the country and the world. People are entitled to opinions. They may be right. They may be wrong. Sometimes the quarterback can throw the ball. Sometimes they can fake it. But everybody in the world who's out front, and by the way, if you haven't noticed, that entire street is loaded with satellite trucks. And here's the scary part. They're making millions of dollars. I just made $4.99. Texas woman, 67. Woman BTC ransom demand.
I didn't expect that, Chris. It was like
Everybody says, "Oh, you just do it for the money." Okay, well, I would love to do it for CNN's money. I would love to do it for anybody else's money. Okay, meaning, okay, I'm sitting here for 4 hours. Like court TV. Texas woman, $1.99. Thank you for your sweetness and your kindness. Would BTC ransom demand a federal case? Not necessarily. No, ma'am. And hook 'em horns. Tuss tag, please get back to evidence. Stop with the politics of who's in charge. Roger that. That's why women can keep all of us in line. Chris is very objective. Love his perspective. Thank you for saying that tonight. We love you. It's awesome.
These are like the perfect order. Like to have someone
I
says,
set that one up myself.
I think he's fantastic. It's like, okay, done. They even each other out.
Laura Chafee, a setup to pin it on the family. Intruder comes and goes on foot and uses Nancy's own vehicle to take her away, bring it back before daylight. Wow. Good one. That's close.
I think it's Beethoven.
Backpack is a laptop backpack. The minimal carry on 3.0, in my opinion. No, it's actually a hiker's backpack. The FBI put it out tonight that they've identified it. It's $10.88 and can be purchased at Walmart. But I love how you're thinking. Go ahead, Mike.
Did the FBI put that out, or the sheriff's office?
The FBI.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Chris, you didn't. So funny. I just realized. But
You said that with a straight face, Mike.
Yeah, that was, delivery was so deadpan. I didn't.
Curveball.
That was funny. But Chris, you didn't get into this. I'm just curious. Knowing where that product was bought, how much might that help? In other words, right? Because I mean, how many people distribute it? And did anybody in the store remember?
They've got the video.
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, if you have the actual bag, you have a serial number, forget it. I mean, that's done deal. But I'm just curious if they're going to go to Walmart, for example, and say, "Do you remember selling this?" To
they got home fries walking up there. I'm going to commit a murder or whatever. I'm going to get Bitcoin.
Yeah, they'll be able to track when that backpack was sold and what time and what cash register.
Right.
Pull up a camera who bought it.
They'll pull up every single drop of.
It's all on video. That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that I think that's a big deal for them to identify the bag, and it's very specific. I mean, somebody could have bought it on Amazon or something. I mean, even Koberger, Chris, was leaving a trail of receipts all over the place that helped nab him. Don't you think?
Yeah, oh, they nailed him. Yeah, and you saw him walking in and buying all his stuff. He was on video. It's not a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe in conspiracies. Absolutely.
What's that
what
thing?
would you all think if another family members may be framing Annie and her husband? Other family members like the F-16 pilot and Savannah, or maybe other peripheral. Here's how I'll answer this. That's a great comment, and thank you for making that comment. Anything's possible, but the evidence is not pointing us in that way. So is it probable? Probably not, but it could be possible. Does anybody know if Savannah has hired a private investigator? Anybody heard that?
I've heard it through some media sources today.
Here's Hollycat again.
About that, I heard. Yeah.
This is another great point. That's a timeline situation. If in fact that's the church she was attending. 11 New York, 9 Arizona. So that means she would have been up at 9, and that means they would have called by 10 or by 9, and the family would have responded earlier. Boom. Good point. Let's see how that plays out. If that's the factual dial in here. Yes, go back to where Bob started the conversation.
By all means, let's do that.
You should see him in his boots, ladies. Oscar is scarier than any theory out there. A kit, not financially motivated. Love the 80s look there, buddy. You're looking good in your, I can't see. Oh, no, your hat's backward. I'm sorry. Apologize, brother. 40 minutes and then takes her. It has to be considered with the facts. Absolutely agree. Yeah, great. And thanks, real Mikey. Great to see you again. Good to have you here. Could touch DNA be done on the leaves for results of the perp? Yes. It's called the Bardot method. And they hit it with an MVAC. Francine Bardot has removed DNA from rocks. So yes. And also today, that tent, I guarantee you, they picked some of that vegetation up and put it in bags for other reasons. We'll talk about that when they catch the perp. Great question. Great comment. Lots pointing to cartels.
To be honest with you, I don't think so. It's not sophisticated in any way. And cartels don't exactly, how do I say, you're going to know it's a cartel. There's no shame about letting you know. They signal openly, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be more sophisticated and professional than this, I think.
Well, cartels are in business. And this is not a good business transaction. And they don't need $8 million in Bitcoin. They've got a lot more than that. AG search house first and nothing alarming in the house to her to push back on missing person theory for 12 hours. NG never went back home. It didn't happen there. Thank you, Mama. Awesome points. That's why we are here to take in the knowledge. Thank you, Mikhail. Appreciate you. And let's see, Gary, if you don't think she made it home, how'd the blood get there? Are you saying you don't believe a family dinner ever happened? Elaborate.
I'm not saying anything of the sort. I'm saying that one of several possibilities that we have to consider is the possibility that she never was in that house and that there was a staging thing that went on. Listen, I'm aware of lots of stories in which there was staging right down to blood. It's just one thing you have to consider as a possibility. The probability of it is another story. And actually, it's not very difficult to stage blood. There are a few ways that people can do it. But there are clues about how likely that is in this situation. I was more compelled that blood was naturally left by a person, by Nancy, when Chris showed the image where you could see the trail going all the way out to the driveway. But I thought it was a little weird when it was only one little circle that we were seeing a photo of. But I think we have to keep it on the table. I refuse to take it off till we can't. Can Gary speculate how large a psych and med team would need to care for elderly victim held hostage? No, I can't. But because we have no idea what would be going on, and that's really a medical question, to be honest. But have you ever had those of you Chris, you dealt with hostages, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever have a situation where the person was injured and a medical team needed to come? I mean, I think they would just transport them rapidly to a.
Nope.
Never happened.
Well, no, I mean, the people that I dealt with were, released, and it was mostly domestic stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
we released stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course, that was one of my auxiliary jobs on the department with Bussy and John. John ran the other team. Tom Bussy ran the team I was on. And yeah, it was mostly people on the bridge. I'm jumping on the I-5, and everybody, as Bobby knows, we get off, and Mike knows, they get off, because you shut the chippy shut the freeway down on one side, and they leave one exit off. And as they're driving by, everybody yells out the car, jump, because they're all PO'd that they're late for their appointment on the 5 hitting up to Orange County. You're so right, Chris. I lost my 6-year-old. I'm sorry, Libby. I'm so sorry to hear that. Here's my advice. Okay. It doesn't get better, but you learn how to adapt and push forward. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your family, and surround yourself with those that love you and keep pressing forward. You can do it. Okay. You can do
just
it.
in April last year.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Fresh.
It's fresh. It's crazy. Okay. And you can come into this chat anytime you want to talk about your child. Put your child's name in the chat if you feel that will help you. We will help you get through that. Okay. I promise you, we will help you get through it.
And don't let anybody tell you how to mourn. What's too much? What's too little? I remember when my father passed, people saying, "You're not crying as much as the other people." And I said, everybody mourns in their own way, flake off. And that was the end of it. That no one has any business to tell a person how to mourn. So you just deal with things in your own way at your own pace. You know what I mean, Chris?
Yeah.
People are always trying to tell you how to mourn.
Yep. Here we go.
Hey,
TIR.
Chris, real quick. Elliot was that little boy's name.
Elliot?
Elliot. Okay. She replied back in the chat.
How old is Elliot? I can't see the chat.
6. I think it was 6.
6?
Yeah, 6 years old. Lost April 2025.
God only knows with the story there. I think I'm glad we know the name because I'll keep it in my prayers. I'll keep
Absolutely.
That's and for you and your family. That's unfathomable. I have dealt with a lot of people who have dealt with the loss of children, and it is a lifelong process. Make meaning out of it.
Yes. Kiki J, thank you for your comments. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, Debbie. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Again,
Yeah.
yes.
Could have a whole show just on that.
And
Chris.
put his name in the chat too. We want to know. Can all you share your theory in 1 minute?
No.
I'll do it in 3 seconds. Haven't left the house. There's a circle and a connection to that house. And the next thing is they're looking for a car right now. When they find that car, there's going to be a lot of things unfold pretty rapidly. And thank you so much for your kindness. You guys are the best, except, maybe, I don't know. I'm teasing. All the things people say are amateur are actually very smart. The gun holstered eternally prevents trace from pulling from inside pants. Okay. That's awesome.
Oh,
You guys are the best.
The person wrote to us and said that they were very moved by what we said, and it has them crying. But I think it's beautiful that we had an opportunity to provide some support. Means a lot to people.
All the things people say are amateur. Gotta love you. I love your name, by the way. The Shark 72. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Furlong. People talk to drivers, maybe give her Uber ride in the past, then came back to assault her. Maybe she fought pulling the mask off. Absolutely. That's a possibility. And that would be the type of thing we're talking about here when we say don't leave the house. There was an association at some point that would reconnect the perpetrator with the house. Thank you, Godzilla Cousins. Oh, Godzilla!
I love Godzilla. But Chris, I personally do not think it is possible that whoever this person is that knew Nancy, even in some little way, did not know that she was the daughter of Savannah. I think that I cannot envision why this person would be targeted without being the daughter of an extremely prominent person with money, right? I mean, can you, any of you, do not think? I just can't envision a world in which that didn't figure in to this.
I think I think you're right. It's absolutely related. Yeah.
I mean, what are the chances? So the person had to at least know that this is the daughter, the mother of a person who could, out of the love of her, put up a lot of money. That kind of thing.
Yeah, and anything's possible. She could have been assaulted by this guy, and she goes, "Do you know who my daughter is?" No, who's your daughter? Savannah. She's on, every day on TV. Oh, really? So you're rich. Okay, you're coming with me. That's a possibility too. She has physically been to church since COVID. Who called? Where's 911? That's a great question. Ocean Beach.
I want to hear the call.
Huh?
I really want to hear the call.
Yeah, I do too. And we're going to have to pull up. Chris and Men, love your show. Get to bed. I know, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Maria, San Diego. I know.
Thank you, Maria.
These guys got to go take their Geritol. Not me. I'm still running at 150 miles an hour. The guy used Bitcoin, the Circle K. I still think it was a head fake, the Bitcoin thing with the feds, that they got that gas station thing, which, by the way, is still sitting out there. So they're looking for a vehicle. After FBI got footage, they towed her car that night. Interesting. Yep. Good point. Brett, lost mom, Mother's Day. Sorry. Thank you. I'm so sorry that, meaning thank you for putting his name up here. And we're so sorry that you're having to experience that. Okay, gentlemen, we did the MMA. Mike, you have anything else? Tell everybody about your
No, great conversation tonight.
your website.
Yeah, absolutely. Heroes on the Job is my YouTube channel. So go to there, subscribe, and enjoy the videos there. But great conversation tonight with everybody involved. Truly appreciate it.
Yeah. Bobby?
Well, I'll echo Mike's comments. Very spirited discussion at sometimes of the show tonight, but it was very worthwhile. I think we got some things out there so people can think about them, and it was really I think a good lesson for people to know what detectives vetting a case like this and brainstorming a case like this go through. So this is how it works.
Yeah, it's the real deal. Gary?
I'll just say thanks for having me on again. I know that it won't be long before we're back here discussing what we had wrong and right in this situation. I think it's just a matter of time. Tick tock, tick tock. And I also think that one of the things we have to bear in mind with this kind of offender or this group of offenders is that the type of person or people who could do something like this don't tend to go on to live innocent existences. And so part of the reason this person or this group needs to be caught is because we don't know what other nefarious things are in the pipeline to do later. For example, if this really was a person who broke into a stranger's house to do God knows what, they'll keep doing that, or and so forth. So I just think that there is also a little bit of an urgency to get this, not only to give peace to the family, but just to get this kind of slime out of the world. I would love it if it was possible to show the video.
That's what I'm doing. I'm turning it up as we speak.
I think it would be very powerful because it puts us right back to the center of this story. And
Great idea.
I just really, really want to drive home that that's all we care about here.
Okay, so
thanks to
everybody at the and thank you, Gary. That couldn't amazing stuff. Seriously, thank you for pulling this up. I'm going to share this. Let's remember why we've even had this program tonight. This is the reason why we're here. And God bless everybody.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah, make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away, you and me, go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, taking away. Don't hesitate now, we're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down, we're going away. Yeah, we're going away, you and me. Feeling the sun on my face in a while.